although it is slightly embarrassing, it is necessary that I embellish my theory and sort of cash it out into a robust and elaborate model, um, and heap on my speculation around its structures and around its model. Uh, I don't have the requisite familiarity with the clinical. I'm not a scholar. I'm not well read in the psychological literature. Uh, I know uh, everything that I've been able to absorb from. Well, I mean, I've had connections with experts in psychology from a very young age, from the age of 4. From anyway, a bit through a sort of a family connection. Uh, and I have kept abreast with, most of the stuff that I'm interested in is not really in mainstream psychology, although now what I'm getting into, it would be wonderful if I did have a broader knowledge, sort of in the kind of review and survey work that Keegan did in order to develop his Keegan stages of development. That kind of bank of knowledge. It would be, well, you'll see in the models that I wish to elaborate, I will be talking about things that I at least believe that I'm intimately have direct experience of, which is essentially personality disorders, um, borderline personality disorder, narcissistic personality disorder, which is at least something that I can observe as an outsider, but which I think at least I have enough intimate experience of it, although. Uh, and through Sam Vaknin essentially, but also direct experience through dealing with people with borderline personality disorder, um, and I myself have was diagnosed with bipolar type 1, which is not really, I think, a personality disorder, although some people might want to connect it perhaps with the kinds of, with some kind of schizotypal sort of thing. And I mean, there's so many common threads of schizotypal themes that run, anyway, at least in my modeling, I will, I think, be sketching out something that would be the edifice, the framing, the outline of a general deep theory of mind, which would give enough of a handle, enough of an outline with which to describe all the various different psychopathologies. Um, Sadly, within my models, which are incredibly detailed, I still don't exactly know how metagram circuitry corresponds with metatype structures. But the metatype structures is what I will be embellishing today and elaborating and modeling out. And then I will speculate as to how I see Narcissus fitting within it. Um, and I will make some also further speculation about how metagram circuitry itself might be sort of a dictating component um, that facilitates some types, some psychological styles, some types of psychological style have the capacity to essentially manifest as a cluster type B personality, as opposed to some other cluster or some other kind of psychopathology. That that there'll be sort of different sorts of um, I can only vaguely speculate about that, and I'm really needing to speculate more imminently or more immediately about metatype modeling itself. So anyway, let me just get into it. Um, and so I mean, I'm basically saying that it's embarrassing that I don't already have. Look, I'm not a scholar and I'm not a clinical psychologist, so I don't have direct experience with patients that I can use to model and review. Apart from my in-depth experience around people with psychopathologies of various kinds, and just my general knowledge and awareness of people's personal psychology, which I've spent my life studying, in some sense generically, building models that could encompass every conceivable personality style, because my models are premised in a kind of in a philosophical structure, or a phenomenological metaphysic, as the backbone of essentially tracking cognition and patterns of cognition, and habitual. Anyway, so it's a bit sad that some of those models have. I mean, look, the psyche is going to be structured in a very, very complicated way. I do believe that I've discovered all the ingredients and all the building blocks. I haven't got them quite fitted together. Anyway, so let me start. So I would say the reason why the psyche has not been fully pieced together is just because of the great sophistication and complexity of the models themselves. Even if you have, and I do believe that I did discover philosophically, a framework that allows you to outline and reliably track and monitor um, cognitive inflections, emotional tones, as I call them. Um, so it is actually, you're actually capable of pinning down stable um, cognitive components, elemental constituents within people's cognitive life. You know, just because you can work out the elements, the ingredients, doesn't mean that you can understand how to reverse engineer a recipe. So that's the kind of that's I believe that that's the level at which I am at, although I'm very close to reconstructing or deconstructing or reverse engineering how the cake is baked. Anyway, let me just get into it then. Okay, so I'm going to depict this as a kind of ontological narrative. There's caveats and speculation is everything that I say. So everything that I say is liable to perhaps be repurposed, perhaps to some degree. There's some features which I think are some kind of stricture which I can't see divorcing myself from those structures, which are sort of rather basic. So the basic idea is, and this is also what makes it so confusing, is that there are four sides of the mind. And at the beginning, there are three sides of the mind. Ontologically speaking, the only things that are relevant are right at the beginning are three sides of the mind. And that particular mix of those three sides of the mind are themselves very complicated. Um, and they create the kind of the first psychodynamic. I'm going to be repurposing. I almost wish that I was more familiar with other theoretical models, just so I could gain access to more terminology to sort of try to create. At some point, I'm going to have to start really laboriously using stable jargon. But anyway, so my four sides of the mind, and so I'm perhaps using these labels badly. So try to have an independent sort of descriptive use of them. Is that there are four. The four sides of the mind are, in order: the superego is the first, the subconscious is the second, uh, the unconscious is the third, and the ego is the last. So that they go ontologically, they develop in that order. But at the beginning, there are three sides of the mind that are in the mix. And the three sides of the mind that are in the mix are the superego, which is the first, ontologically the first, and the subconscious, which is developing, which is the first entity that really has its own sense of self. Uh, um, and then the third side of the mind that is in the mix is the ego. And the ego, now this is slightly speculative, but I believe that in some sense, the only way that the superego can craft the subconscious, which is in some sense the most, I would link thematically the superego with Keegan stage 1, the subconscious with Keegan stage 2, the unconscious with Keegan stage 3, and the ego with Keegan stage 4. I would thematically link it to that. And what I think what is essentially happening, and let me just define that within sort of my view of these things, is that um, Keegan stage one is probably, for me at least, in describing it as the superego, is a little bit tough to talk about, because the superego is not a stable, is only a parent function, to steal a word from Myers-Briggs. Uh, um, it's just a floating parent function. It doesn't have a dominant function, it doesn't have a child function, it just has a parent function. And I should also say that each side of the mind has 6 component parts, ordinarily speaking, and in some sense the superego is the only exception to this rule, because the superego only has 3 parts. It only has the parent function, what I call the parent function, an inferior function, and what I call the sin. So there's a parent function, an inferior function, and a sin. And the inferior function and the sin of each side of the mind is repurposed as the death and the child function of the next side of the mind. So I'm slightly splicing terminology around, because when I say inferior function, I can also sometimes refer to that as the trial. Let me just give the model of each side of the mind ordinarily has a death, a lust, a vanity, an enticed lust, a trial, and a sin. And to borrow MBTI language, there is no MBTI language for the death. The lust is the child function. The vanity is the dominant function. The enticed lust is the parent function. And the trial is the inferior function. And then you have a sin. And then, as I've said, the inferior function and the sin of each side of the mind is the death and the child function, or the death and the lust, of the next side of the mind. And it is up to the parent function to jettison the inferior function and the child function, or to allow the sin. Sorry, I shouldn't have called it the child function there, because it's not the child function until it is adopted by the next side of the mind. So the parent function actually gets allergic to its own inferior function, because it knows that its inferior function is the harbinger uh, that signifies the precipitation of the sin. Which, and what the sin in definitional terms is, the sin is the devaluation or the failure of the child function. So basically, the sin is the mark that the child function, or the lust, has been foregone, has no hope of execution, has not been, it has been observed that the child function is not going to be recoverable. It's not that the whatever the contemplative position of the child function, which I would describe in metagram circuitry, it would be correlated to a certain emotional tone, which is essentially a kind of cognitive inflection, which gives you quite a detailed reading of the style of the content, although not the actual content itself, but it'll tell you, in some sense, the pattern of the emotional argument, in some sense, or you see all these words, how but I mean, you can't really, emotion is almost the wrong word, but the cognitive inflection, so it'll give you quite a big clue as to the kind of thought forms or the pattern of how it's expressed in some way. So it describes the form of the content, but not the actual substance of the content. Or you could say that it describes the substance of it, but within the context of my cognitive functions model, which has 17 cognitive functions. Anyway, or actually the emotional tones will only ever be made up of 12 of those 17, because 5 of those 17 are essentially too much part of the actual fabric of consciousness and awareness itself, whereas the other things can become objects within that fabric, within that medium. So 5 of that 17 is much too connected with the awareness of consciousness itself, the actual percipient, the actual self-determined agent that is subjectively viewing their own consciousness. Anyway, okay, so you have these 6 parts of each side of the mind. The superego starts with the parent function. Okay, so now the parent function has this inferior function and the sin of the superego. Now, in some sense, as I've said, the superego can't really have a sin because it doesn't have a child function. So if it doesn't have a child function, it can't really sin. So its inferior function and sin is in some sense just a free gift that it can give to the subconscious. But so it's like the parent function of the superego is kind of like Father Christmas. And I archetypally, I would link this parent function to 2 things, to the tree of life, but also to the serpent in the Garden of Eden, or the false prophet. That essentially this floating parent function is like an imaginary friend. And in some sense, it's an imaginary friend that is symbolic and representative of the God of the world, which is not the same as the God of the heaven and the earth. It's a God of an external locus of control, of some kind of objective reality. And it's like Father Christmas, it has presents to give. And all the presents that it gives, because it has no dominant function, it has no child function, it has no backbone within itself, it can freely give. So it's kind of like this floating authority that is completely unbound and untethered. And in some sense, it's a necessary evil, I would also argue as well. I think that maybe this floating parent function is there are 17 different metatypes within my system because there are 17 cognitive functions, and I don't know exactly what is the determinant factor as to which cognitive function becomes this floating parent function, if it's nature or if it's nurture, if it's even decided on the level of the chromosomal level in terms of the development of the brain itself, perhaps. But essentially, I see that young infants, before they have developed their first language, are essentially in a Garden of Eden, and they need a tree of life in order to share an incarnated experience of reality with other conscious beings. They're going to be solipsistic or autistic if they cannot give up one of their own cognitive functions to use as a meeting place for other people to freely impinge, to be the conduit of back and forth, of two-way exchange. And so I think perhaps it's on a chromosomal level, perhaps it's sort of a kind of meditation, who knows, the consciousness of the child in its meditation in this garden, which is centered around the tree in the midst of the garden, the tree of life, a cognitive function which becomes the common the commonplace. So you're giving up one of your cognitive functions to become a commonplace, and so you've given it over to an external locus of control. And in some sense, I don't see this as an intrinsically sinful act or anything like that. I see this as a necessary part of incarnation and also a necessary part of discerning, because in some sense, without a connection with the tree of life, which opens the door to the false prophet, and necessarily opens the door to the false prophet, there is no real discerning. There is no spirit of man and spirit of God. So I see this as deeply connected with even the concept of the spirit of man, the spirit of the vessel. A man is just a vessel for a spirit. Anyway, so the spirit of man is the spirit of something that is just an empty vessel. So it's like a double negative, So that is the conceptual, in some sense, premise of the necessity of that we are immediately confronted with essentially the false prophet. And how this plays out in structural terms is that if we promise to ourselves a knowledge of good and evil, we have to pay for it ourselves against our ego. That if we give to ourselves a knowledge of good and evil, we have to incept our own conscience. I do believe that the Keegan Stage 4 systematicity is only properly understood within a kind of religious cosmological worldview or a moral, normative moral schema. That essentially, if you are in your conscience, if you're in your ego thinking about yourself, I do believe that the ego is always thinking about the self in the third person. And because you're always referring to yourself in some hypothetical or contemplative sense after things have already happened. You're looking at yourself in retrospect. You're not looking, your conscience doesn't look at yourself in real time. It looks at yourself. I mean, you can use it in real time, and you can use it to run thought experiments. But in the thought experiments, the thing has been done, or at least some, you're looking at it in a past tense reference. Okay, so the point here is just that, uh, I would also link this to a kind of Aristotelian sort of final cause analysis. That the conscience is very much linked with judging the teleological purposes of your, in some broader systematic schema. You have to have some broader framework of reference. And so the questions of God and religion are intimately connected with the ego, with Keegan Stage 4, I would say. Okay, so if you have a knowledge of good and evil, you are already impinging, and I would even say that you are doing a weird kind of magnetic witchcraft. So, in the development of the knowledge of good and evil, which I've tried to state, is the subconscious um, death and lust, which is the same as the superego's trial and sin, or inferior function and sin, although it doesn't really have a sin because it doesn't have a child function. So it doesn't feel bad when it gives to the subconscious a knowledge of good and evil. What it is doing is it's extracting or impinging in some future. So I do think that there's a kind of naive magnetic connection between the subconscious, especially the beginning of the subconscious, the death and the lust of the subconscious, the death and the child function of the subconscious, or the knowledge of evil and the knowledge of good, the lust being connected with the knowledge of good, um, is going to sort of cast a shadow and empower in a toxic way. It's going to overshadow the inferior function in the ego, and it's going to empower the parent function in the ego. Or when I say empower, it's that's going to be a bit of a sort of a poisoned apple there. That there is actually, that the ego has to put itself to sleep in some sense under the veil of the knowledge of good and evil. So it kind of inherits this hangover from the subconscious. And that, I think, is a very weak, that connection that I'm making, I have to round it off in speculation. And I do think that this actually is directly related to the manifestation of properties as has been described as the anima and the animus. I think that this is exactly, and in some sense, that this connection between the superego or the subconscious and the ego is not happening in a way in which it's traveling up through from the subconscious into the unconscious into the ego. It's traveling down through the superego, through the vacant halls of the superego. That it's there's a kind of induction of a magnetic um, correlating bind that is happening here, and it is that that magnetic resonance, but I mean, I'm probably going to mess up some scientific analogy here to some degree, but what I'm trying to describe is that that magnetic affliction that is happening as a transposition from the subconscious onto the ego, I believe is creating the electric impetus for the development of the false ego complex itself so in the same way that the alchemist talked about the magnetic fluid and the electric fluid, what I see happening here is that the magnetic induction of the anima and the animus is being is the impetus for the electrical, um, let's say, safety rail, that the developmental process has got a kind of safeguard built into it that has to do with essentially the fact that you are, as you are growing in development, naturally developing your unconscious side of the mind after the subconscious. The reason why you are driven forward is essentially because it's to reconcile or to remember, in some way connect with the origin, the ontological origin right at the beginning, which happened of between in terms of how the subconscious was formed out of these things that were given to it by the superego, which were effectively stolen from the ego itself. And I think that is the basic mystery and the basic toxicity that undergirds the whole. I can't make too much of a sweeping statement because there are other serious developmental hurdles, and when those hurdles are taken, that also convolutes and complicates the whole developmental process. But anyway, that first alignment and election of values that are stored and put in to the death and the lust of the subconscious eventually integrates into the dominant function of the subconscious. And as soon as the dominant function of the subconscious emerges, I think that then you actually have a stable personality for the first time that is also capable of developing a first language, essentially. So what I see happening is the dominant function, and so perhaps, I mean, because I don't know exactly what causes, until the dominant function emerges, it might even be possible for a particular consciousness or a particular individual infant to perhaps reorientate themselves or to change which cognitive function will be the will sort of generate this imaginary friend, this kind of this god figure, this god of the world, or this serpent figure, or the false prophet, which will whisper. Anyway, so the most important first hurdle, in some sense, is the development of the dominant function in the subconscious, which will be the integration of the knowledge of good and evil. Now, essentially, the subconscious is the most stable entity in the false ego complex. It is, I think, it's even functioning. This is speculative and needs some qualification. It is the most robust animated element in even people with extreme psychopathologies, I would argue. Um, and in some sense, the reason why some people present, I think, you know, with 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 quite radical symptoms of psychosis and things like that, is because that bastion is essentially in some very either sophisticated double bind, or is being stymied or aggravated by other structures that come ontologically later. Um, but essentially, that when you get severe and serious symptoms, it is the dominant function in the subconscious, which is actually the thing that is being impinged upon, because it is the hidden power even. And the hardest part of development and maturation in, I don't know how to describe this, if I can just describe it in the more what is regarded to be, the kind of neurotypical, sort of ordinary line of development or something like that, is how to stably siphon off the vital energy which is supplied by the dominant function in the subconscious, or let's say by the core of the subconscious itself, but to suppress or depress the inherited naive narcissism, um, and toxicity which the subconscious is I haven't talked about that, but let me just say that the subconscious is literally like dealing with a 3-year-old or a 4-year-old. It doesn't have a conscience. It doesn't have any. As soon as you have I would argue that as soon as you've developed a dominant function, you become unconscious of your own ego from the perspective of the subconscious. The subconscious perspective, in terms of the pre-development of the dominant function, I think you have direct access to your ego in the magnetic way. And this is also, I think, perhaps probably related to the theta brainwave that children are famously, that this is why children's IQs are so high, is that they can still perhaps enter into that dreamlike state where they are magnetically communing with their own subconscious, with their between their subconscious and their ego, through the superego, and they are using all of those cognitive functions, which, in some sense, um, are a kind of magnetic holism, which because essentially they don't have the electric circuitry, to use that metaphor. They haven't yet developed an unconscious side of the mind, which really takes them out of, because there's a huge sort of watershed moment going from the subconscious to the unconscious, because essentially the only way to progress, I would say, stably from the subconscious to the unconscious is to vilify the subconscious and to recognize its limitations and toxicity. And that's very difficult to do because it is the most stable entity in the false ego complex. And so you have to find a way to tame that beast in order to grow a second system, a second seat of consciousness. And that second seat of consciousness is much more precarious, and most people, I don't think, even manage to do it in a clean-cut way. They develop an unconscious side of the mind that invariably, even very maturely well-developed people will still have hangovers that have them under the thumb of the subconscious. It's impossible because it is the life giver. It is the channel of which all validity is essentially awarded from the parent function in the subconscious. The parent function in the subconscious becomes the kingmaker, and it is only the fear of the inferior function which grants the subconscious parent function the ability to give rise to the unconscious side of the mind. The unconscious side of the mind is a scheme of the parent function to jettison the uncomfortable inferior function and sin of the subconscious. because this, and in some sense, it can only truly do this, I would say, out of a kind of narcissistic, in some sense, the curse of the subconscious is that it will always be narcissistic. It cannot not be narcissistic. And the reason for this is because it got everything for free. And in some sense, it can't be wrong. It doesn't deserve to be wrong in some sense, because the only real, ontologically speaking, the real problem is that all the nice things that the subconscious has was stolen from the ego already. But that, in some sense, that's in your future. So it's as if you teleported into the future and you stole things from yourself, and then you went back into the past to use them. That's sort of what the subconscious is in, and it's self-satisfied, it's self-referencing. The problem is that it gets bored, and it also gets frustrated in that it can't deal with a certain level of complexity, because it's essentially fundamentally autistic or solipsistic. Keegan stage 2 is what I want. The subconscious tells you why you are motivated. You have to have a sense of your own motivation. You have your own quest. You have your own knowledge of good and evil. You have an objective answer. You have right beliefs. So the subconscious is self-satisfied with its beliefs. And beliefs are always narcissistic, because well, first of all, there's no such thing as a right belief. I'll just say empirically or epistemologically, beliefs will always fall short, depending on the context in which they're being applied. So the without trying to contradict myself too much, the only belief that is kind of true are beliefs that essentially cut themselves, because then they are essentially already on a micro scale, they are symbolic of principles. They are already symbolic of properties of things that come from the unconscious side of the mind, Keegan stage 3, which is in some sense after you have given yourself over into a broader arena that includes things that are fundamentally humbling in theory. You've already accepted some kind of limitation or some kind of some kind of qualification, but then essentially you're in a kind of pragmatic realm. You're in a realm in which you can substitute rightness for a kind of pragmatism, or efficacy or something like that, because you're in a social realm in some sense. You're in a socially constructed shared arena in which essentially by things can be good enough, and you can work out some kind of agreed upon premise or something like that. And in some sense, the already then also truth is does not exist. There's only a kind of what is agreed upon or something like that. So I know the unconscious side of the mind is, like, by its nature, a relativistic arena, and the sort of, but it's not subjectively relativistic. It's kind of like, this is an oxymoron, it's like objectively relativistic, and therefore you actually, the only way that you can know that you're doing anything in it is essentially by creating an institution or a convention, and operating within that arena. So the arena itself is already is not an objective arena. It's just essentially agreed upon. So you simply kind of substitute, so it's a functional arena that is almost necessarily amoral, the only thing that saves that, so if you want to, uh, so the idea is that it has rules, and then you can talk about maybe winning and losing according to the rules or within the context of that, but essentially it's not innate, it's not implicit. Um, so already to gain access to Keegan stage 3 or the unconscious side of the mind, um, you're already you're in a very strange medium. This alchemically is symbolized by the water, which is basically also symbolic of a corrosive water, is the symbol of digestion as well. But that, or anyway, so the Keegan stage 4, the what I want, and I want things to be right, which is also alchemically symbolized by the fire. Anyway, that's not that important, but so I was talking about Keegan stage 2, or the subconscious first. Is that sorry, did I finish that point about beliefs not being? Yeah. So in some sense, already then, well, I mean, I'm kind of maybe already speaking about this from a Keegan stage 4 sort of level, perhaps, although I disagree with some of the structures in the Keegan stages of development, because I don't just believe that any kind of narrative systematicity it will do for Keegan stage 4, and the sort of the scientific narrative essentially is just in some sense the idea that you can have a kind of belief matrix which is correct or right, or true, objectively true. Anyway, sorry, I would like to address the philosophical sort of criticism that I could imagine levied at my position, but I don't want to make this recording too bulky. But yeah, so essentially the idea is that all Keegan stage 2 is basically your definitions, your notions, your theories about things. Uh, um, and so your thinking about things, um, and theorizing about things is, well, if you're the only source of theory, then that's fine. And the subconscious, therefore, is quite self-satisfied. It's naturally narcissistic. Whereas in the unconscious side of the mind, in Keegan stage 3, you realize that you're not the only one that can theorize. Other people can also theorize. Other people can also seek to manufacture truth claims and claims about being right. And so when you have to deal with a contest of relativisms, you need some kind of negotiating, convincing, sort of bridge, as it were. And so, the work of working out some kind of stable Keegan stage 3 itself, or some kind of, is usually never accomplished. And a lot of people who, I would say, believe in the scientific objective paradigm or something like that, what they are merely trying to do is they are using a canonical, symbolic, totemic, sort of external locus of control, which allows them to sort of also empower their subconscious. I mean, through that window, or through that authorization of that objective artifice, that they can live under the umbrella thereof, or live under the authority. So just at the mere cost of having to sort of have the idolatry of the white lab coat, or something like that, or some kind of the scientific method, or the rigor, or something like that. That they essentially import a kind of, well, I would call it a form of priestly epistemological wish fulfillment or something like that. And I mean, other people will do this in other ways. I mean, in some sense, I shouldn't just pick on scientists. People, this is how everyone develops to some degree or not. They will often inherit some fumes, at least, of fatalism or destiny or deterministic promises, which the subconscious will create a dream like what I want to be right, and and the validation which is expected, because in some sense the subconscious is so self-satisfied. The only reason why it agrees to even develop an unconscious side of the mind is that the parent function needs a separate pen, a separate pen, as in like that you would keep a separate species of animal in a farmyard. That you would want to create a different cordoned off area to deal with the stress and the problem of essentially what the inferior function is doing to the validity of the child function in the subconscious. And the parent function doesn't believe that the dominant function has the power to keep on warding off. So in some sense, essentially, at some point, the inferior function will show up the dominant function. There will be a representation, and people need this. They actually need their inferior function to displace the validity of the dominant function. And in some sense, what generally happens is that the subconscious will actually kill the parent function as a scapegoat, sacrifice, in some sense. That the parent function, it will be blamed for the unruliness of the inferior function, and in some sense the dominant function and the inferior function will try to make an armistice, will try to make a deal that sort of throws the parent function under the bus. Now, this is just one version of one of the many different variants in which this can happen. The more traditional one, I would say, is depicted by Cain and Abel, where essentially the dominant function is Cain, the firstborn, and the parent function is Abel, and Cain kills Abel. The dominant function kills the parent function, and what comes to replace the parent function is Seth, the inferior function. And Seth, now being estranged from the dominant function because he is born in the image of Adam to replace Abel, he goes off to make his own side of the mind. Seth is born in the image of Adam. He goes off to be his own death, to be his own knowledge of evil, and to create his own separate entity, and in some sense, by the breakwater of the death of Abel. And in some sense, I think that the parent function, in functional terms, does not die. Sort of plays both sides. It dies, or it plays a double agent, and so it has a dual nature, to some degree. But in some sense, its dual nature is not necessarily about itself. It's about how, relative to the new side of the mind, the unconscious side of the mind, it is donating the inferior function and the sin to that new side of the mind. And relative to the subconscious, it's loyal to the subconscious. But in some sense, the thing that really has the dual nature is the inferior function, because it used to belong to the subconscious, and now it's being donated, it's being given up for adoption. Now, yeah, so it's strange, because the also interesting thing is that the connection between the dominant function and the inferior function that becomes estranged, or at least anyway, I'll just put that under a heading or category. I can only really speculate too much about the variation of these things, but And in some sense, the unconscious side of the mind is an emulation or a simulation within the parent function's contemplative, alternative life choice to contemplate an answer to a hypothetical question that the subconscious is not interested in. And, you could call that the beginning of adulthood. You could call that the beginning of kind of, I think that this whole transition is even characterized within human development as sort of the rebellious teenage years and trying to create from scratch a reinvention of a model of reality and society and the self and the individual and identities, because essentially in the social mask of in the unconscious side of the mind, there is there needs to be a recoding of essentially in some sense this whole project of the unconscious side of the mind is at the expense of the autistic solipsistic view of the subconscious. Of it undermines the basic narcissistic premise of the subconscious, that it has the true motivation. So in some sense, the unconscious side of the mind, the first thing it does is that it questions its own motivation, and therefore it's looking for a grander or broader framework and outline in which to ground claims that can be more easily defended within the social mask, within some kind of diplomacy, within some kind of negotiation. And obviously, the cheap and easy way to get around this problem in socialization, to put it like that, is essentially to have a common religion or a common totem like scientism. To say, well, we are all this identity. We all share this nationalism. We all share this, code of conduct. Is to have a rule book rather than to actually have principles. And most people essentially dress up their so-called principles in nothing more than just quite cheaply fashioned shambolic rah rah uh, a kind of intellectual jingoism or something like that. And I've described a lot of these tendencies as being fundamentally sort of I call them sort of hybridized cerebral histrionic, or no, rather sort of just cerebral histrionics, and things like that. But okay, sorry, I've now moved on talking about the unconscious side of the mind. Let me just go back a step and talk about where I think narcissists, what they have done. So I think what's happened is that a narcissist has developed a they are too heavily grounded in their subconscious, and they never progress from their subconscious to their unconscious. That's the first thing. They never made the migration. It wasn't safe to do so in their developmental cocoon, which they didn't have a cocoon, so they couldn't gestate into they couldn't do the metamorphosis, the reinvention. But also, what I think they might have done instead is also on top of that before that happened, that they might have too heavily extracted magnetic reliances on their ego. They might have already over-tapped the magnetic conduit between the subconscious and the ego. And doing so might have made the unconscious river that you have to traverse in the metamorphosis, in moving from the subconscious to the unconscious. Their subconscious essentially was either I mean, both of these possibilities might exist. Either was too entrenched, was too heavily armored, was too laden down under its own weight of defensive mechanism, um, or was too greedy and enriched in its own private um, exploitation of that magnetic reservoir of potential supplication. Because essentially, if you can magnetically promise to yourself, I should prefix this by making some general comments, that I think that essentially when the subconscious essentially is making a magnetic contract with the ego, stealing from its future self in order to give its beginning the seed money of the development of the false ego complex, that in some sense, if you steal from your, is actually quite a useful analogy, if you steal from yourself in the future, oh no, the analogy doesn't work as I thought I was going to get it to work. I was going to say that somehow stealing so much money from yourself in the future, no, it does kind of work, means that you have to make even more money. So if you've stolen from yourself in the future $10 million, that means that in the future you have to actually have the riches that then you were capable of stealing from yourself. So because you've kind of already extracted such a high toll from your future self, you have big boots to fill, you have big boots to grow into, you have a high target to reach. And so to actually enter in the unconscious ladder at the lowest rung, knowing that you have to reach such high acclaim, essentially creates a kind of perverse incentive. Anyway, so it's this kind of like, I don't know if there's a better way of describing this, but it's kind of like the reverse of the sunk cost fallacy. It's that, well, it's better not to begin the developmental journey because uh, as soon as I do, I'll have to realize that the proportion needed in order to fulfill what I've already teleported and reallocated to myself from the future, um, I will uh, already be quantitatively in deep red and in a huge deficit. Um, so there's a kind of delay to get into, let's say, honor and into integrity with your own ego. So I do think that there's a looming pensive fear around um, being on the square with your own ego. And essentially, the conduit on being on the square with your own ego is essentially all within the realm of the unconscious. So, obviously, famously, narcissists are described as essentially outsourcing their ego function into their environment. And in some sense, their ego and their their conscience itself is a kind of is a world phenomena. It's like it doesn't belong to them as an individual. It belongs to the universe, um, and and they have a kind of a direct connection to it, and they are the node of its expression in some sense. So they don't have an individualized um, node of conscience. They have a cosmological conscience. And I would say that this is all characteristic of missing out the unconscious side of the mind, of missing out the Keegan stage 3 effectively. So I think that they do have a strong ego. They do have but it is not. It's not constellated around an unconscious social mask. Essentially, they're not. So the unconscious side of the mind, the social mask, is the thing that essentially embodies you. Is what allows you to be embodied and grounded and anchored in an instantiated way, in some sense. Until children have that, they are affected. They're a bit like on auto. Well, that's not irresponsible description, but essentially, um, they're either sort of atomized narcissists, naive narcissists, potentially quite benevolent and curious beings, or they are sort of in a dream, where they're still sort of magnetically resonating with their own ego. Now, in some sense, narcissists, I don't think, are magnetically resonating with their own ego. Perhaps very, very partially, very, very um, uh, intermittently over long spaces of time. Because essentially they are not, it's not as if they don't have an unconscious side of the mind. They have a mechanistic, I'll just lump it in with all the other things, with borderline I haven't given this much thought if this extends into schizotypal type presentations, but essentially an introjective paradigm. They have an introjective paradigm, uh, which is in some way a substitute for an unconscious side of the mind, which is being emulated probably by the subconscious parent function. That their subconscious parent function has not gifted or granted the inferior function to become a new entity, to become a new side of the mind, that somehow the parent function in the subconscious has retained a micromanaging, contemplative, sort of puppet master. So in some sense, they're the parent function and the dominant function in the subconscious never brokered that already how I described it before, you see, I was even speculating a bit, is that it never created a that complicated dance of estrangement never occurred, where essentially the dominant function has to kill the parent function, and the parent function in some sense has to then develop a weird kind of duplicity that allows it to become the breakwater between the subconscious and the unconscious. And it's always you see, this is problematic because I don't know all the different ways in which it can occur, and there probably are more than one way essentially, and it's also probably quite you know I remember when I was sort of 4 years old in a pre-primary school, or in a creche, having peers my age, that I believed I was helping them develop, even philosophizing with them about their own development to some degree and some of the issues. And I remember even, sort of encouraging them to develop cognitive insight, I would say, about continuing a certain train of thinking to more robustly ground themselves. Anyway, towards having, a very operative internal locus of control, essentially. Um, anyway, so let me just think if there's anything more intelligent I can say about this, which is just that, yeah, so I mean, the only thing is that within my modeling, at least, it might be helpful, is that if you can type someone, then you can know exactly which cognitive function is the parent function in the subconscious, and which cognitive function is the dominant function in the subconscious, and then you can, and which one is the inferior function, and then you might be able to sort of get into some kind of sort of deep sort of therapy around delving into those issues, or decision making, character, decision trees, where your character was orientated around, making certain decisions that, so I mean, in the presence of trauma, I would imagine that essentially that these delicate, intimate decisions just essentially, there was a decision to not uh, do this kind of internal focus. There was a decision essentially to atrophy, or to put it on cold, or put it on ice, or something like that. While at the same time, so electrically putting the development of the electric circuitry of the developmental arm of the false ego complex, while at the same time perhaps grafting a kind of magnetic exploitation of the ego more explicitly as a kind of, as an ulterior imaginary existence or interface with reality, in some sense subverting and substituting for the development of an unconscious side of the mind. So essentially there is literally a phantom unconscious side of the mind, which is being concocted all under the auspices, I'm guessing, of the parent function. So I'm guessing that essentially the parent function is literally the brain of the whole narcissistic enterprise. Now, what I find interesting is that I think that what is happening in borderline personality disorder is that you have that parent function, but it's actually a minor reflection of a major complex of pathology, which is coming from a parent function in the ego and the parent function in the unconscious, are actually sort of creating a mirrored reflection of themselves. And between those two power structures in the top half, from the ego and the unconscious, it is forcing a correlating sympathetic subservience from the subconscious parent function. So the subconscious parent function has got layers of internal of a kind of a narcissistic introjective paradigm that is the substitution for the unconscious side of the mind. But borderlines actually have a very, very well developed parent function in the ego and parent function in the unconscious. What they don't have is they don't have a dominant function in the unconscious side of the mind to some degree, or to the extent that well, that's the wrong way of saying it, but rather the dominant function in the unconscious side of the mind is merely is in some sense is there to be a sucker, is there to be the kind of the identity dysregulation that is just chasing after the strategy that comes from these parent functions on high. And between these three parent functions, it's mainly controlled by the two top parent functions. But you see, the thing is that, so you see, like, borderline is really, in some sense, the domination of style beyond substance. That essentially they are strategically, stylistically entrenched in the psychopathology, and the substance is just a kind of afterthought. It's a top-heavy sort of psychopathology, whereas narcissism is the complete reverse. Narcissism is all coming from the bottom. It's all coming from that dominant function. It's all coming from that the subconscious parent function is the powerhouse, and in some sense, its purpose somehow is to either protect or to exalt the dominant function, probably, or maybe the child function. Maybe it's the parent function and the child function that is in some sense looping the dominant function into the introjective paradigm, which is contained within one of the many worlds which could be contained within the parent function in the subconscious. And in some sense, it might even also have an inverted sort of similar structure to what I was saying about the borderline in terms of the parent function in the ego and the unconscious. But those two parent functions are very stochastic and chaotic, and when they come into alignment, they are kind of like the floating malevolent, or potentially amoral moral voice in the anyway, and essentially that becomes like the mystery of the ghost in the machine, which is why narcissists might be called at some points in their lives towards mortification, so as to consult those winds, to consult that voice that is sort of being shifted along in the winds of stochasm within what um, that if the some sense it's the lost promise of an ordinary developmental line of the false ego complex. It is essentially a kind of a dispersed whisper towards integration in some sense, and that is perhaps the call towards narcissistic mortification, is just to be updated to hear what message there might be, some deep, but in some sense, the problem is that voice is only, first of all, that voice is reminiscent of an ingredient that is important towards a much deeper an important work of self-actualization. I would say that in some sense it is the alluring call, the siren call of the parent function in the ego, which is in some sense actually some archetypally, I believe, symbolized by the Whore of Babylon. Um, and in some sense, the point of reading its message is to know how the inferior function in the ego has been mistreated unjustly, because it essentially it is the reverse of the uh, it is the grand mystery of Babylon the Great, and the Whore of Babylon that rides atop of the Scarlet Dragon, which has stolen the blood of the saints, and essentially from the crimes that it has done to the inferior function in the ego, and vindicating the inferior function in the ego against that cohesive egotistical structure, is where I would say true integrated systematicity sort of starts emerging, and that even itself, I think, is quite a it's quite a weird kind of process. But and even as you solve the problem of the ego, you still don't solve the problem of the unconscious, which is really the core of the beast, the dominant function in the unconscious, which narcissists don't have a grasp of, because that whole thing has been subverted essentially by their introjective paradigm. And so in some sense they are probably, I hate having to use this word because it's a bit convoluted, they are probably unconsciously embodying their dominant function in their unconscious side of the mind. They are literally enacting it, which is not helpful, because then they probably can't grapple with it. Anyway, and essentially the only, oh, I mean, well, in the line of self actualization, the point would be to get the parent function in the unconscious, and uh, the inferior function in the unconscious, and the sin in the unconscious, which is the child function in the ego, um, and followed by the dominant function in the ego. You would get those four dimensions. You would have to cleanse them of their correlation, and how they are part of empowering the parent function in the ego. And the unclean spirits, which are in some sense all part of the parent function in the unconscious, although technically they are spoken of as pertaining only to the inferior function in the unconscious, and the sin of the unconscious, or the child, which is also the child of the ego, and the dominant function of the ego. They're only, unclean spirits are only referred to by them, but in some sense I think that you could summarize them as all pertaining to the parent function in the unconscious, because anyway, that's how my model works, is that cognitive functions that come proceeding after another cognitive function inhabit that cognitive function. but in some sense then perhaps you can't make that kind of reduction, because then that parent function in some sense you could just say is itself, yeah, I guess you can't just say that it by itself is unclean then, because it also then by the same token includes the inferior function, which needs to be vindicated, or that is being dominated by these other forces. So yeah, so perhaps it is the parent function of the unconscious that needs to be strengthened in order to create a stable unconscious side of the mind that has its own gravitational sort of constellation, distinct from the subconscious parent function, which is essentially incredibly overdeveloped in a narcissist. And then a borderline is both overdeveloped and strangely underdeveloped, in the way that it just kind of is imprinted on by the parent function in the ego and the parent function in the unconscious side of the mind, which are probably all just, another way of saying that is that everything is sourced in the parent function of the ego, and all the other parent functions that I just spoke of, the parent function in the unconscious as well as the parent function in the subconscious, are all just sort of pale reflections of the parent function in the ego. So it's sort of someone who has developed a parent function in the ego, very quickly developed it, and then sort of tried to create it as being the central governor of all the sides of the mind, and then sort of running all of its circuitry in reverse. But yeah, I mean, the kind of robotic nature that narcissists talk about then, I think, is probably all to do with the subconscious parent function. That as soon as the subconscious created, parent function created an introjective paradigm to substitute for the unconscious, maybe it never develops an ego parent function, but maybe the unconscious parent function, which is like being modeled within the introjective paradigm, has, because they don't have, in some sense, maybe they have completely banished their ego into the introjective paradigm, which is in some sense modeling the unconscious parent function as a kind of condensed identity, so that they actually do have a sense of their ego, but it's lost within the introjective paradigm in their false self. That the false self that the introjective paradigm contains is where in which their ego is sort of sub is contained within that kind of subheading, within that subfolder. So they've actually found a way to kind of and in some sense that's because they've decided to make their unconscious side of the mind, their social mask, a private, imaginary, contemplative sort of solipsism, because it wasn't safe to act like a teenager. It wasn't safe to create a faux rebellion and to re-establish social masks about things. The lack of having the constituents of play and embodied play and enactment and sort of engaging in the construction and investigation of social masks. I mean, I think that essentially what narcissists are missing out on is essentially a lapsed or missing juvenile. They need a halfway house. They essentially need uh, they need to be provided a kind of or this would be slightly experimental, but essentially they need to somewhat be infantilized to some degree. They need to be beholden to an authority that provides a stable structure that they can sort of stably rebel against, perhaps, as they experiment and develop within some sense of individuation, um, where they can sort of have some kind of safe boundaries that they can test and model. Essentially, that I mean, I might be generalizing too much because this might be different for different types, but essentially they need to be able to believe in rules. That they need to believe that they can agree to constructs that they can place trust within, that are essentially immaterial um, bridges of relativistic uh, you know, in terms of how, if this is capable of occurring in is it possible for people to relitigate their formative juvenile experimentation and exploration. In some sense, I think what is most missing from this is, I do think that what is characteristic of essentially having an absent or missing unconscious side of the mind is, I mean, what we are generally seeing in culture at large, which is essentially a lack of normative values and ethics and foundation. Essentially, it's a lack of a general rubric or model of a shared ethos. Uh, a structure or a system that you could see yourself reflected in, um, as as the as part of the process of triangulating your own personal map, uh, that you felt had a a I can't think of the word that means that essentially that you're able to have it corroborated within some etiquette or procedure or protocol of I'm just trying to think if there's any. You see, there's so much that needs to be brought to bear from metagram circuitry, which I don't have a full reading on how it intersects with this kind of stuff. Because you see, it might be that certain metagram circuitry on certain metatypes might actually naturally occur as narcissists because the emotional tones themselves just happen to conform to cognitive functions which are either connected to the ego or connected to the superego or the subconscious, and they kind of well, yeah, well, I don't think that would necessarily mean that you had to be narcissistic, but maybe that's a structural prerequisite that essentially then you can use that same cognitive functions in the same way to kind of subvert your own metatype architecture. Because the cognitive, the emotional tones that make up, uh, the cognitive functions that make up the emotional tones in your circuitry essentially give you the ability to bypass your metatype circuitry or to sort of symbolically, through some kind of concatenization, create a kind of symbolic bypass where you're using the actual cognitive functions that make up the emotional tone circuitry as sort of strange mirror. You know, they get into horrible recursive, kind of. Anyway, but to tell you the truth, I don't know how the metagram circuitry interrelates or interacts with metatype structures, and I don't even know if my overlay is even accurate. Or, I mean, I know that the metagram circuitry does hold water, and I know that the metatype structure does hold water, but how they actually, when, yeah, I mean, my metagram circuitry was always just 6 emotional tones connected in a kind of emotional argument, and now I can elaborate that to 10, but I don't know where I should start the pattern. Like, I mean, I feel that it should be 10 from the dominant function in the subconscious to the parent function in the ego. That's 10. That's 10 things, but in the emotional tone, I always used to start the emotional tones in metagram circuitry. I would always just only correspond with the unconscious side of the mind, but now I'm expanding from the unconscious side of the mind, from the subconscious dominant function to the ego's parent function. So I don't know if I was originally correct in my placement of the first 6 emotional tones, then I can just extrapolate from the pattern, adding 2 to the beginning and adding 2 after the end of the original 6. Anyway, I guess I'm complaining about that too much. I should actually use myself as a test case and see how I think that corresponds. I don't know. Yeah, I haven't done that already, actually, and I keep on complaining about this problem. Anyway, that's because I've been distracted trying to do some other research on the original structure of my 17 cognitive functions. Try to find the paper that I used as a 4-year-old to base some of the theoretical structure on. Anyway, okay, so yeah, I didn't even talk about the ego properly, but let me stop this recording. I'm probably too tired. But yeah, we'll continue this. There was a topic that I was meaning to touch on, which I'm not going to be able to treat with enough sophistication, nuance, and care for me to not be sensitive to accusations of being wholly partisan and such. The only contrast I can make when talking about culture from the yeah, I mean, so I mean, as a kind of, to take a psychological, cultural perspective on something. The contrast that I always make is, I think of Japan, because I believe that I understand the Japanese psyche to some extent, and it is quite starkly different. But it's also it's not a perfect example, because you don't know how much of the culture is itself a kind of reaction. You still have to imagine the traditional Japanese culture functioning, when it still had an intact emperor before the American uh, psychological imposition, which essentially turned the Japanese worldview upside down. When people heard the Japanese emperor's voice for the first time over the radio, which effectively destroyed the traditional. It was kind of like the Napoleonic Revolution, but imposed as a foreign cultural paradigm, or at least ushered in. Uh, anyway, so it was kind of like the undoing of feudalism in Europe, but in a condensed series of rapid unfolding. But anyway, this is not really relevant. And the same problem is with the Chinese, is that you don't know how, you know, you can probably make some, I mean, I can outline some specific Chinese cultural characteristics, but the whole society, to what extent it's still sort of in the shock and awe of the Maoist cultural revolution, along with the Maoist, uh, uh, sort of uh, sort of the revolutionary atheism that is more characteristic of sort of the Soviet style cultural segue, in the kind of in the Leninist idea of uh, subverting history. So and then essentially I see all sort of folklorish um, cultures, uh, at least the kind of the variety that one finds um, in kind of medieval Europe and things like that, which and with their kind of pagan worldview and paradigm, you know, that's what I imagine when I think of any sort of insulated, um, kind of tribal, uh, cultural constitution. Uh, so for me, there aren't that many types or stereotypes, and in some sense, the real benchmark that I use for all of these different typecasts that I have in my head is essentially, how is morality instantiated in the cultural ethos, within the religion, within the worldview. And generally speaking, I would say that the most civilized peoples and most mature cultures that I can think of uh, were essentially the the nomadic, um, sorts of, they stand out as the most psychologically mature and stable and sane and integrated people. Um, I believe that almost every nomadic people come up with the same intuition that people that dwell in fixed structures become insane because they become imprinted on in their structured living, that is so f- fixed in a physical sense, and then fixated in a kind of psychological sense in normalizing their uh, uh, physical surroundings with a state of nature, and that kind of weird conflation, uh, sort of political structures and religious structures and other kinds of folklorish belief are all just in some sense variations on that same thing of associating one's life with a fixed structure on immovable property, essentially. And as soon as you localize one's, in some sense, amenities and facilities, um, one can't even see those amenities anymore so much as the habitual interaction, that one has, which becomes, in some sense, liable to blending into the conventional language label system. That it can be mythologized far too easily, whereas in the nomadic lifestyle, what becomes mythologized is essentially the themes of change, the themes of alteration, of how things are novated, and in some sense, the only permanence that there is how one navigates the the uh, uh, the wide variety of uh, permutation and manifestation, and in some sense, how how it's much more readily easy to notice how your fellow nomads and other competitor nomadic tribes, how they make decisions on navigating and negotiating, and in some sense there is usually a much more developed sense of people's capacities and style for being able to intelligently navigate these things. And so they often have, within some spectrum, uh, you know, quite a high fidelity intuitive reading, or a way of accounting for sophisticated uh, um, uh, that that usually you get kind of very interesting conventions of how leadership structures and judicial structures, or um, count, I mean, famously, I guess, the very complicated set of how Genghis Khan, essentially, uh, how there is such a thing as the role of a Khan. Um, it was an interesting. I mean, this was even somewhat. There was a theme about this in the Game of Thrones fictional world. I think they're called the Dothraki, the horse people. But anyway, um, this is not such an important thing. But anyway, the interesting thing, though, is that, at least within the nuance of politics and ideology and things like that, the the main thing where I think culture comes into place is essentially that there are two important psychological events in the development of an individual. The one is the establishment of a dominant function in the subconscious, and the other one is essentially uh, the stable, demarcated space in which the dominant function of the unconscious is established. And it's interesting because I would say that there are roughly two ways of doing this. That you can be enculturated by a particular ethos within a society in order to be ushered into a particular social mask, where it's very delimited, it's very defined. The social mask has a role attached to it and has very clearly demarcated powers and duties and obligations, perhaps, and almost ritualized, or at least some kind of narrated, scripted interface. And then you get, I think, in some sense, there are only two varieties of culture that you can get. And then the other variety of culture would be one that still does that, but in some sense, the obverse of that, as in the other side of the coin, as in it leaves it blank, like a blank check. It doesn't. It basically says our culture does not tell you how to define your social mask. But in some sense, there's still negative pressure that is very much like what I said, that there are still demarcated, delimited spaces. But in some sense, that space, that outline of that space, is not positively defined, but it's still negatively defined by pressure. And I think that the British liberal political ethos has been very good at, I would say, establishing um, a the right kind of induction from a dominant subconscious to a dominant unconscious. And in some sense, and I mean, this is not, I mean, you can't generalize it even about a particular culture. Um, Obviously, there are other institutions, there are other groupings which will generally supersede a generalization, like a kind of, you know, an identity, a cultural identity, which you know, you could even say perhaps spans the Anglosphere to some degree, or at least, you know, was correlated with the common law perhaps, and with democracy and parliament. Um, but that the you know, that family pressure, um, and in an individual influences over the individuation process. But I do think that I mean, that negative pressure that I've spoken about would also manifest in some sense, that even if there isn't a very clearly ushered in role that you are supposed to take, there might be within a cultural enclave, or a particular time and context within the life of a particular culture and a society, there might be very clearly only certain options of successful typecast cases of what you might define yourself to be, in some sense. So in some sense, it might not be that you are said that this is what you have to do, but you might have as the only exemplar of success that you can ascribe yourself as being tutored in the image of such a target of you know, of duplication. But I do think that, again, I'm trying to generalize too much between different cultures. I think that the British political liberalism, in some sense, safeguards the individual by having essentially a blank check ordinary, that there is such a thing as just being an ordinary individual, that itself has such a broad and nebulous potential variety within some bounds of observing the law, observing, you know, some kind of decency or politeness or something like that, or at least politeness would obviously always be uh, uh, encouraged or hoped for or something like that. Just because, in some sense, if everyone were as flagrantly diametrically opposed as they could stochastically sort of orientate themselves uh, to manifest just for the sake of variety, um, you know, it's going to be you know, or it's going to be a vacuous kind of disquieting muddle for merely the purpose of some kind of, or you know, I mean, I'm you know, you can't give this kind of narrative voice to the British liberal spirit, in some sense, because there is no narrator in that cultural context. And I do think that there isn't a narrator. There is only essentially what you would hope that the general popular opinion is, and you can use that as a general guide, as a style guide, but it's not a prescriptive narrator. It's not a director in any way, shape, or form. It would merely be, oh, well, that's what I think the reading of the general sentiment is within the populace. But there's still a giant sort of variety. And so, in some sense, it could actually just be summarized as the notion of tolerance. Um, Now, everything has to have a certain limitation, otherwise it even undermines its own descriptor in some sense. So, but in some, yeah, I mean, I think that there is only a basic pragmatism that is perhaps installed as a correlating feature of that tolerance, which is that, well, obviously, if you're going to expect tolerance and you're going to receive tolerance, you're not going to necessarily be able to enjoy um, an, an equity in prospective outcomes. You can't essentially use tolerance to avoid consequence for one's actions in some sense. So you can be gifted or granted tolerance, or be a recipient of tolerance, but don't expect on top of that then an extra helping of special treatment in order to compensate yourself for the consequences of your own disconformity, or something like that. So that essentially it comes correlating with a sense of self-determinism, or responsibility, or self-direction, where your destinations are your own. Uh, they belong to you, and that's sort of part and parcel. Now, in some sense, when your role is accorded to you, and perhaps even that can be conflated with essentially if you feel any kind of negative pressure, because if you make one choice, if you choose one identity to try to craft a role out of rather than another, uh, in some sense that's completely on you, because there is no implicit cultural pact. It's all based on your own reading of it. It's all based on your own observation, if you want that to be the source of your decision making process as how to individuate. And I would say that perhaps without particular, I do think that this might be what has caused, I mean, there are myriad reasons also why there is, I think, a general sort of generation of arrested, developed, a whole generation that has been arrested in their development of not having a stable social mask, that their kind of social mask is a kind of uh, is a kind of collective identity that is not based on individualism. It has regressed into a kind of tribal, even ethnic, uh, uh, sort of, the phrase lived experience, which is, it's quite a disgusting proto-fascist turn of phrase, I would say, because the implication is that when you say lived experience, it's not, in some sense, when we were individuals, we all had lived experiences. So it wasn't even, why would you even be bothered to use such a stupid phrase, lived experience? Obviously, we all have unique individual lived experiences. The point of saying lived experience is that it's meant to conjure up the category of an identity caste, of some sub classification of humanity under which your moral consideration is imported from, that there's a kind of identity matrix, and essentially lived experience is just another way of saying my identity is the source of my beingness. Um, and in some sense, it's a way also to project motivation, a kind of ideological motivation, but also a kind of causative insinuation as to, well, my lived experiences are because of XYZ identifier or identity category. So it's part of an intrinsically racialist consciousness or identitarian consciousness, um, quite deplorable and disgusting. But in some sense, that is one way to forego the individuation process and instead to collectivize it, because then all you have to do is listen to some prattling ideologue about things about that label, things about that identity, and you don't have to investigate your individuation yourself. You can just kind of import it wholesale from the ether, from the identity matrix, which, you know, you are told that you are already a part of it. So you don't have to go through the individuation process. You're part of some dead player script that is being handed out, and you just have to fall in line. You have to fall into the faction, and so in some sense your unconscious side of the mind is a conscription, and in some sense you can imagine that you are being conscripted towards some conscientious aim, some ego affirming, or at least ego ameliorative, sort of project that is part of a kind of collective conscience, a cosmic morality. And so in some sense it takes all the pressure off your interest in having an independent ego. Now, this is in some sense this kind of model, I would even say, is part of the juvenile developmental process. It used to be facilitated by subculture. People would try on identities. They would experiment with, different subcultures, with different music genre, with different passions, with, and they would also use that as a watering hole, as a meeting place to find other people who might have similar or resonant, people that either had similar uh, conditions that they were faced with, or that in some sense you could use it to coalesce around similar solutions needed for similar problem spaces or something like that. Um, it used to be that this is why boys would uh, conglomerate and girls would conglomerate in in uh, uh, in school playgrounds. Um, and then, well, yeah, I would say, well, also, I think that one of the true hallmarks of graduating into an unconscious uh, dominant function and an unconscious social mask um, is trying to actually slightly migrate from oversimplified segregation of play groups and moving towards a play group that is more individuated, that is capable of, for instance, having boys and girls, or juvenile teenage boys and teenage girls that have a common uh, uh, deeper reason for being bound up in the same cultural space, playing the same cultural game. And in some sense, it is a game of games. It is a game of navigating and negotiating and sharing space, and in some sense exchanging a sense of integrity and sharing structures in a stable way, and negotiating how to share structures that are mediated within groups or between individuals within groups that are choosing to elect a culture, a subculture, and so that they are part of the process of validating and verifying cultural production. They are learning how to create, which is in some sense, I think, the ability that in some sense edifies the project of individuation. Okay, so my general point here is that, and this is quite sad perhaps, is that most people's, especially I think in the feudal worldview, uh, it's hard to say, well, relative to the to the high standard perhaps of the liberal British political sort of, that everything was much more. See, I guess is that in feudal society, you would either become an apprentice, or you would just do what your father did, or something like that. You would have uh, a role model essentially, um, to emulate directly, and essentially to in some sense become a carbon copy thereof. And uh, in some sense, life seemed incredibly cyclical in how everything was just a kind of repromulgated iteration of the last cycle. Um, Things were set in their station, um, and in some sense, the boundaries and the overarching framework was provided uh, by a kind of religious and political um, cultural contract, social contract, rather. Uh, yeah, in some sense, the more the I mean, I do think that this British political liberalism, I do think, is part and parcel of the inheritance from Western Romanticism, as it was generated. That the only way to Anyway, the point is that uh, that now under the new sort of uh, social compact is that uh, the individual has to indenture themselves to their own chosen role in some sense. It's up to them. And not forgetting essentially uh, the bonds of consequence and in some sense uh, the fatalism that is a part or involved um, as the natural consequences of one's decisions, and but also that decisions also don't have clear-cut um, outputs attached to them. That everything is sort of hinged on a kind of on an enterprising hope. Um, anyway, so what is the point here? Is that and I mean, in some sense, this is a reflection of the economic substrate, but also of essentially that. Uh, so I don't want to make socioeconomic political points while I'm talking about this, but it's perhaps slightly unavoidable if I'm sort of putting in liberal politics and uh, as a cultural case, that the economic um, substrate of liberal politics, of classical liberal politics, is a little bit of a Pandora's box to the psyche. There's no security. There are no guarantees. Um, things can radically shift. Especially um, in a market economy. But yeah, I mean, uh, in some sense, I don't think that this is taught enough. But essentially, that a market economy uh, can, I believe, in principle, uh, produce a an across the board uh, positive impact. The idea uh, that just because it's a market, that somehow that means that there's a winner and a loser or something like that. I don't think uh, really holds any water. But essentially, that uh, the faster and the more dynamic and uh, the more that you can allow for exchanges to occur, uh, sort of the more potent the productivity that the market can sustain in some sense. Um, anyway, This is not really relevant to the point about psychology, but anyway, but essentially the interesting thing in a lot of this sort of liberal politics stuff is that there is no flaw. There is no sort of, in some sense, the only flaw that stabilizes the structure is personally contended to some degree. It comes in the form of culture. It's culturally entrenched, if it exists at all. It's a kind of convention that is not, that might be observed, but it's not often entrenched in any kind of imposition. Uh, the point here is that, what is the point? Is that there's a lack of definition in the social contract, but that in some sense that lack of definition isn't the absence of a social contract, because in some sense it's saying the individual has to furnish that structure to the social contract in their individual interface with society. And you can say, well, that is a duplicitous state of affairs, because essentially it doesn't, that won't work unless everyone voluntarily chooses to interface with society in roughly the same structured way within some spectrum of bounds and limits. So it's kind of like a, I can't think, I'm too tired to think of eloquent ways of putting this, but it's kind of like an obtuse, backhanded form of manipulation. Um, I guess you could criticize it in that way. That it's a kind of implicit inception that is inducing an individual to almost magnetically induce an electric structure within their own positive definition of that has to fit this very particular magnetic um, outline that is being um, seemingly or ostensibly induced or extracted to fit that bill. And so now I actually think that so happens to be, and I'm sensitive to someone. Well, all cultures are like that. Perhaps all cultures don't want to overtly tell you what your role is. They want to make you grow into it. They want you to awaken into it as if it is a natural state of affairs or something like that. But I do think that there is something special about the British liberal political ethos that does it in such a way um, where you are in some sense only, in some sense, The only imposition is, in some sense, that you bootstrap something that can be called common sense or something like that. That you can't. I mean, the phrase is go off the reservation and try to repudiate self-determinism or accountability. You can't try to abrogate the consequences of your own actions or something like that. You can't seek, and in some sense, those are correct boundaries to have, because if you want tolerance for yourself, but you're not capable of having a reciprocal a form of tolerance that you wish for yourself that you're not willing to reciprocate to others or something like that, it just kind of, it's in breach of common sense. And so, obviously that is the kind of necessary bootstrap, or the kind of necessary demarcation which is required in order to get anywhere, or to possibly have an ability um, to have any kind of social contract that could be a kind of constitution that mediates the affairs of individuals that are uh, capable of interacting with each other without it sort of devolving into a kind of grotesque and debased warring agitation or whatever. But the only way that we can possibly be secure and respectful of each other's differences and tolerant within some maximal avenue of freedom. Now, in some sense, this is dependent on something like the market economy, in so much as that people aren't ascribed an equal share of some kind of general ordinary fate, but in some sense fate and someone's lot are ascribed to belonging to themselves, to yourself, to your individual self. And the assumption, as in the adoption of that fate, is something like the operation of the social mask, the awakening into the unconscious side of the mind in the dominant function. So I would say that what the social mask requires is a kind of purpose, is a teleological orientation of it, that the unconscious side of the mind must be like a ship that is sailing on some particular voyage of some particular enterprise. And the point of this project can only be self-delimited. It can only be self-defined. Because in some sense, and hopefully it's always on some kind of voyage, and in some senses it's very dislocating to try to sequester the enterprise into a state of complete collapse of teleological purport, that if it doesn't have a purpose to fulfill, you're not just redirecting a voyage, you are collapsing the whole unconscious side of the mind. And so you always have to be treading water, at least in the awareness of capacity, in the awareness of potential election of a goal, of an objective, within a field in which there is perhaps some kind of intrinsic teleological edge, that that there is some kind of pragmatic rubric of weights, of checks, of ways of tracking and monitoring value, in some sense, that there's a very implicitly value-laden medium which is the fabric of the unconscious side of the mind, which is the same fabric of the social mask. And obviously that fabric is not, fabric is perhaps not, because it's more like a plane, and you might not see the whole plane, but at least part of that paradigm is accessible, and that you see yourself as operative within some, at least, section or segment of that paradigm, in order to I guess you have to be able to start triangulating perhaps the plane itself in some outline, in some tract of value-laden space, in order to cement or solidify, or to create enough gravity that one can have a constellated, triangulated, and I do think that in some sense, there's no getting away from this, is that the subconscious dominant function is something like the bones of the ship, of the social mask, of the unconscious vehicle. And you can't, so in some sense, the value-laden paradigm might be the fabric of the social mask, but the subconscious dominant function is the game piece, is at least the point of view upon which the paradigm is relativistically pervaded. That you have to, although you might contemplatively know the paradigm, you would locate yourself in particular, and plot yourself as an agent and percipient, in some sense. Anyway, so the point is that you can kind of and so, like, for example, a narcissist, I think, does have a subconscious dominant function, and they perhaps even have something that's vaguely reminiscent of an unconscious side of the mind, because they've got what I would call an introjective paradigm. But what they don't have is a kind of feedback or correlative unison between those two things, because the one is a point and the other one is a plane, and together they give you particularized perspective, they give you particularized vantage, whereas the introjective paradigm is either not stable enough, its objects are not stable enough. It can only focus on one object at a time. It can't sort of focus on objects in that paradigm and the and let's say the actual subconscious token of the self in combination with an external object. The external object is correlating with a false self, which is in some sense only a reflection of all the objects that it is surrounded by to some degree. So that's a weak way of putting it, but in some sense it's just as if I would say that in some sense the problem is that the introjective paradigm is like a periscope. It can only look at one object at a time. They can look at their false self under that periscope or through that periscope, or they can look at another object. And in some sense, either way, it's constellated around the false self. It's not constellated around an actual game piece that symbolizes the subconscious in relation to other objects in a kind of coherent and in a high fidelity way that essentially because in some sense the false self is such a satisfying substitution. So in some sense it's their failure to read the subconscious accurately within the introjective paradigm, which makes it an introjective paradigm rather than an unconscious side of the mind. Because in some sense the parent function has not been willing to take a snapshot of the subconscious dominant function. So the subconscious parent function is not allowing a one-way copy of the subconscious dominant function to be imported into the unconscious side of the mind as its proper seed, as the kernel of perspective. Instead, it gets a kind of illusory projective self, the false self, and in some sense that has a latent defense mechanism built into it, because any failure for the false self to show up or to be regarded or to be esteemed or to be reflected in the interrelation between the introjective objects and the false self is a is essentially, I don't know how to phrase this accurately, but is a potential reflection of a deficit that I don't think it actually that deficit doesn't belong to anything, because the introjective paradigm is in some sense just a reflection of a defense mechanism for the false self. um, but it's just a charge that's waiting to be deployed, and in some sense the actual social engineering that a narcissist is engaged in with other people is uh, just trying to confirm that other people have participated in some way in which the introjective paradigm um, uh, you can't really say like has been honored, because it doesn't matter if it's been honored or not. It's just as long as the narcissistic experience of narcissistic supply through the introjective paradigm um, and in some sense, I think the definition of narcissistic supply is something like that the introjective paradigm um, seems to be the script, and seems to be predictive, or seems to be anticipatory, or seems to be accurately modeling reality, uh, which in some sense doesn't actually, because in some sense the false self in the that is in some sense the center of that alternative reality envelope, um, at least the false self is being catered to and being pandered to. And in some sense, I do think that perhaps that narcissists are subjugating their own dominant function in their subconscious in order for a fake version of their dominant function to be appeased within the parent function's sort of sub matrix of this introjective paradigm that in some sense is the substitution of an unconscious side of the mind. But because this unconscious side of the mind is a self emulated reality within the parent function, it just ends up being a trap, um, that is kind of stuck in a recursive um, involution. But the point of this is the reverse of this would be what then? Would be the parent function. I've already said that in the healthy state, that what the parent function does is that it takes a snapshot of the dominant function and it gives that over to the inferior function, so that the inferior function can actually become a seed of its own side of the mind. But in some sense, it can't, the inferior function can't do that unless it's given, it's proffered real and authentic vigilance of the dominant function as it is perceived by the parent function. Because essentially, the parent function has to have a double life, it has to have a duplicity about it, where it has to create a separate side of itself that models the dominant function in the subconscious, but then it separates that model from its service of the dominant function within the subconscious. It duplicates itself so that it can hand off a snapshot of the dominant function. It can give it as a free gift to the inferior function, and it has to do that with a certain sense of it really has to give it to the inferior function for free, for nothing, and in some sense it can't have any strings attached to it. And then that would, I mean, I don't know if this is possible, but essentially that would, I think, be the alternative to the introjective paradigm. That would dissolve the introjective paradigm, because essentially the introjective paradigm, I think, is is both the false self and the, well, it's a pretended image that substitutes for the dominant function. So maybe the narcissist just doesn't see their own dominant function within the subconscious. They have a fictitious one instead, that the parent function is trying to obviate the dominant function of the subconscious with. It's trying to replace and substitute it with, instead of letting it be made inferior by the inferior function and giving to the inferior function a true and honest account of the state of the dominant function, and allowing the dominant function to be what's the word? To be, in a sense, invalidated. You see, this is so tricky, because I really do think that the subconscious is toxic, but how that toxicity is dealt with at this stage in a stable way, in this stage of development, is that you just have to kind of turn your back on it. And you have to kind of invalidate it from the perspective of the unconscious side of the mind, from the perspective of the and the thing is that when it gets invalidated, it shouldn't really care, because it doesn't require, in some sense, the only thing that you're invalidating is the knowledge of good, is the child function in the subconscious, is what is actually being invalidated through the unconscious and through the development of the unconscious's own child function, which is the repurposed sin of the subconscious. And so what this means is that piece of the story that I'm not underlining enough is essentially why the parent function even gets used in the first place. And because it's not necessarily true that developmentally that the parent function does need to be used, except that it's somewhat inevitable within the course of living that essentially the dominant function threatens itself by itself. That the dominant function, and this is probably, this is the hardest right at the beginning in some sense, because it doesn't happen right away. But essentially the dominant function kind of calcifies and atrophies because its structures become they end up achieving what it sets out to do. And the dominant function I also call the vanity, and essentially what that means in practical terms is that when you're being drawn away in the integration of the child function in a, in this deeper aspect of cognition, because the child function, the lust, is essentially being pursued in a deeper core of the proceeding cognitive function, which is the immediate content, the next cognitive function that exists within the last cognitive function. And when you use that more direct core of the prior lust cognitive function, or the prior child cognitive function, you really have to be hands-on. You really get into the thick of things in which that you actually have to work out a mechanical operative model of how the child function is going to be observed, how the child function is going to be cared for, and how it wants to be cared for in a practical way, in an integrated way, on this deeper level of cognition, this more specialized level of cognition in the next preceding cognitive function that goes one level deeper. And this is a kind of, at the beginning, vanity is a labor of love, but at the end, vanity becomes exhausting, because once you've already seen that there's nothing new under the sun, it essentially grows bitter, because you know how much everything costs. You've got it cashed out in a more elaborated sort of costing schedule. So everything becomes routined. That's the problem with vanity, is that it all becomes fixed and mechanical. And when you translate the child function into the dominant function, you actually get away with it. You can actually do it. You can achieve what the child function wants it to. The problem is that the vanity itself, when you're drawn away into the lust in the form that the vanity takes, it takes its own toll. The vanity itself makes you into a robot. It makes you into a mindless provisioner of the child function, and it can actually accomplish this. The problem is that when you see it on that more sophisticated level, and you know all the formulae, it's like seeing through yourself. You realize that it's not worth doing. It's just a chore. It's just a lot of meticulous work. And so the only way to recapture the zest of the impetus of the child function that the child function has itself, which, in the case of the subconscious, I don't call it even the lust. I call it the knowledge of good. Um, I guess it is actually the lust, but yeah, the thing that you can't really call it is the sin of the superego, because in some sense the superego doesn't have a sin until the ego finds a way to put real energy into. Even then, maybe it doesn't. Uh, I mean, yeah, that's probably what makes the parent function of the superego a prophet, even though it's a false prophet, is because it doesn't have its own dog in the game. It doesn't have a vested interest, doesn't have a child function, and so it can't really have a sin. It just has uh, it's either one half of the knowledge of good and evil. Perhaps in some sense you can't say which is which, between the death and the child function of the subconscious. Maybe they're both together, the knowledge of good and evil. Um, anyway, that's a slight bit of speculation, but it's not that important. But so anyway, the more interesting thing and the more useful thing is that the parent function is the enticed lust. So the parent function is in some sense the second bite at the cherry. It is the invention of the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, uh, or the kind of the buried treasure. It is. I mean, this is the best way that I can describe it. Is that although imagine that you know all the ways to make money in the world, and you've done all the mathematics, you've done all the statistics, you know exactly. Let's just say that there isn't such a thing as sort of opportunity cost. That it's all sort of strictly, if you put this, you can go buy this sort of seed and you can plant it in a field, and in 6 months' time, then you'll have a harvest, and you know the input, you know the output, and that's how you make money. So you know all the ways to make money, and so everything that you might want to spend money on, you know exactly how long it'll take to generate that much income, something like that. Everything becomes a chore. The only way to make life worth living is if you can actually believe that, well, if I get enough money, I can go rent a hotel room and I can watch the sunset and I can go get all these drugs that I can take, and I can get prostitutes, and I can uh, go. This ruins my analogy. Like go to a casino or something. That might be part of the recipe. That essentially, if I used to give this example in a much better way, I would actually say that. So let's just say that, no, rather than saying that there was a world in which you knew exactly how much money it was to take things from, that there was opportunity cost and there was gambling, but you didn't do that much gambling. But you just, every week you would take out a lottery ticket, and the hope and the dream is that, well, if I win the lottery and I get all this extra money, then I can go have the hotel room with the drugs and watch the sunset. And when all of these things happening, I won't I'll give myself permission not to worry about the hangover, not to worry about the venereal disease and the sexually transmitted infections or whatever. That you can essentially, you give yourself permission to uh, believe that you can create a recipe that's greater than the sum of its parts, even though you know the cost of everything and there's nothing new under the sun. But you actually let yourself believe that there are certain recipes within the world as seen by the dominant function that that are worth it. There are recipes that are viable and valid, and that they actually create a synthesis which is stronger, which is greater. And that is all, that salience is essentially uh, generated by the parent function. That's what the parent function does, is it provides, I mean, it's also sometimes in MBTI's jargon is called the creative function. Um, and it's looking into a deeper level. It's the preceding cognitive function after the dominant function. Now the problem is that as you try to enjoy your ability to construct an analysis or a paradigm or a tunnel vision, that you can see between the intersection of all these, because in some sense this is happening on a level of abstraction in some sense, that controls the dominant function but is higher than the dominant function, and you're using it in a very you're not using it in a robust way. The dominant function is actually trying to map out a whole space, but the parent function is just trying to look at a corridor of the dominant function in order to create its hodgepodge, sort of recipe out of the dominant function. So in some sense, the parent function exists to subvert the dominant function paradigm. It's there to cherry pick from the dominant function. That's what the parent function does. Is it creates a recipe subset. Now, that itself means that the dominant function has left over mechanisms which are being occluded by the parent function's creative synthesis. And that is what the inferior function, which is even deeper than the parent function, is in some sense registering the schism of how the parent function is in some sense hacking, as in like hackers that hack into a website or a program and sort of subvert a program. The inferior function is kind of like the deep nexus and sort of source code that registers that there's a schism here, that registers that there's there's a shadow, and in some sense, in a much deeper way, it registers the lack of footprint between the parent function and the dominant function. Um, at least in terms of how they're not parallel, they're not paralleling each other in any kind of way that has fidelity in it. And so in some sense, the inferior function is keenly aware of essentially that something is rotten in the state of Denmark. And in some sense, combined with that, the inferior function is also somewhat registering the fact that the dominant function, even to begin with, is fundamentally, so the inferior function really is the trial of all these things. That everything is then being tried for its, what's actually going on here, and in some sense, it is checking all the conspicuous incongruence of integrity. And then deeper than the trial, deeper yet is essentially the realization of the sin, which is that essentially in the summation of the trial, that there is a very clear, apparent let me just rather say there's a very distinct appearance of the impossibility of the child function, of the impossibility of the lust. And even the trial and the sin are not necessarily, in some sense I think that the sin is only even properly registered the first time it happens. That essentially the young child will be in the trial after discovering it for quite a while, and essentially they will, after only a very long time, work out that essentially there's no way out other than the realization of the sin, essentially. And then after that has been derived, it just becomes a kind of automatic, essentially they skip over the trial. They almost skip over the trial. So as soon as they enter into the trial, they automatically trigger the sin because there's no point, essentially. But the first time the realization of the sin is essentially acquiesced to, just in order to bring cessation to the trial, because it's really the trial, the inferior function, that is the most sort of uncomfortable kind of questing to see, well, is there some kind of way that this can be. Now, in some sense, the only way that you can really escape the trial, you need to stop the trial from happening in the first place. And the only way to do that is if the parent function becomes like the parent function in the superego, becomes like the false prophet of the superego. And in some sense, if the parent function regards itself as not having a child function. And so this is how you get the separate sense of self, is that the parent function has to become duplicitous by creating a separate valence for itself, a double valence, a separate layer of its existence, where it pretends that it doesn't have any association or allegiance to its own child function. It actually abrogates its own child function. And therefore it gives itself the freedom to usurp the false prophet. And therefore the subconscious becomes like the superego, and the unconscious becomes like a new subconscious. But in some sense, it's different because its knowledge of evil, its Seth, born in the image of Adam, is already the product of a full cycle of sort of the subconscious, of a full cycle that is now in some sense beginning again. But it's not beginning again from nothing. It is repurposing an output of already a full cycle. And in some sense, the troubleshooting of the inferior function is being repurposed, because the troubleshooting of the inferior function is in some sense the most sane aspect of the side of the mind, because that questing into the limitation of conditionality, that the inferior function is really looking through so much. It's really it's scrutinizing. It's looking in a critical way, as to the dominant function. It is a deep critique of in some sense the shadow being cast by the dominant function. And in some sense, all you have to do in the unconscious side of the mind is invert whatever the intention of the dominant function originally was, and you can reclaim the inferior function as having a positive ambit, as having a positive prescription or purpose. And in some sense, this is the most uncomfortable thing of the lie, in some sense, is that the inferior function uh, uh, I don't want to talk too fast and loose here, because I'm trying to remember this exactly in my own ontological development of my false ego complex, because I might be mixing up two things a little bit, but I do believe that in some sense the inferior function is painful. It is not. It is uncomfortable, even in trying to repurpose it as a separate entity, as the beginning of something that has a separate sort of life to it. But in some sense, I think it is like a poison pill that is swallowed, because in some sense it gets inverted by the child function, which emerges from it, in some sense, that essentially all the limitations and the conditionality which is being investigated and is being monitored by the inferior function is a very useful knowledge of evil, which in some sense can outline a kind of a prospective arena of positive something positive, at least, uh, in terms of just positive knowledge. And then the integration of those two things combined, you can kind of, I think you might even be able to take the original purpose that was connected with the subconscious's dominant function, the integrated, you can almost steal the thunder of the dominant function in the subconscious, or you could just like novate it slightly, that you could basically, you could say, well, the dominant function was trying to do this, and it just so happens that I can try to do something slightly adjacent to what the dominant function in the subconscious was doing, and I can even use that to triangulate I'm trying to remember how I remember reasoning it to myself, that I think that the unconscious does, at least in my case, did do something slightly different to the subconscious, but it was regarded as being a better goal to obtain to, that it was, I think that's how I justified it to myself. And in some sense, in that way, I think that was either that was a kind of post hoc ascription that was being projected from the parent function in the subconscious, in the duplicitous valence of the parent function, in its tacit support for a separate project, a separate independent seat of consciousness, a separate perspective. And I remember also coming up with a kind of convoluted power sharing arrangement within that duplication of the parent function, that essentially, well, that you end up having a kind of a sub, a sub, uh, a subordinated unconscious side of the mind relative to the subconscious, but relative to the parent function in the subconscious, the unconscious is doing something more important, in which the subconscious's perspective is a kind of diminutive subcategory. So the purpose of the unconscious is to, let's say, provide a stable arena and structure within the subconscious, within which the subconscious can maneuver and operate itself to some degree. It creates a context. But no, I mean, to call it a context is slightly incorrect, because it doesn't, it indirectly produces a context in sort of in a general synthesis and conflation of the two, but in some sense they are functionally independent. Um, so they don't actually have a shared paradigm. Um, so yeah, I shouldn't say that, because that then is misleading. Um, but I believe that the parent function in the subconscious, you see, again, this might be just my particular circuitry speaking, because maybe it's my circuitry that has a duplicitous nature of that parent function, and that's where I have split circuitry, whereas other people, it's just one line, perhaps. Anyway, that's speculation, at least. What was I just saying? That the parent function is in the subconscious. Getting too tired, I'm losing my train of thinking. Uh, the parent function is is either creating a valence which is associating itself with, in a positive way, with the child function of the unconscious, which was the sin of the subconscious. So in some sense, the parent function has a secret love affair with the sin of the subconscious. So in some sense, that is how the parent function is ameliorating this difficult situation, where it ends up with two valences. One in which it is friends with the sin, and another in which it's friends with its own child function. And so when it is friends with its own sin, it is in some sense becoming just like the floating parent function in the superego that doesn't have its own child function to care about. But it does have a dominant function, which it can, in some sense, independently make peace with, because the dominant function is not doesn't care for itself, because the dominant function is enslaved by its own procedure and processes and structure, which it finds oppressive to itself, and which it hopes the parent function hopes to be delivered from itself by the parent function. That's the function of the parent function, or at least when the dominant function does get sick of itself, because it's not true that the dominant function is always sick of itself. It's only when it's done, like the dominant function is actually quite interested in maximizing its efficiency. It really is. But when it's finished maximizing its efficiency and there's no more efficiency to get, and it's worked out all of its formulas, and it's worked out all of the cost of everything, the lowest cost of everything, let's just say that, it's done all of its accounting, then it really just wishes for death, because it has, or it's waiting for something, but it has no, it becomes rather quite lifeless. It really is like the story of Cain in Cain and Abel, because everything that Cain sacrifices to God, Cain knows exactly how much it's worth. When he's sacrificing crops to God, because he's a farmer, he knows exactly, well, those crops that I'm sacrificing to God, that would have been this many hectares of planted seed or something like that. Whereas when Abel is sacrificing to God, when he's sacrificing an animal to God, or he could have said, well, that animal could have fathered 1,000. It could have been the forefather, it could have been the ancestor of 1,000 new cattle. So when you sacrifice an animal, because he doesn't actually have to keep the animal by feeding it, he only has to keep the animal by stopping predators from eating it. So in some sense, it's all a free lunch to Abel, uh, which is in some sense slightly like the parent function, because the parent function can just find a ways and a means to create a kind of tunnel vision, uh, to create a recipe where the ingredients are greater, the sum of its parts are greater than its ingredients. Um, And I mean, anyway, the parent function has this ability to abuse the system more. Because it's seeing things on a deeper level, and the dominant function really is a reflection of the child function, or the integrated child function, as it's been integrated into a practicable model of the deeper cognitive function. Anyway, I'm repeating myself weirdly. So the point here is that the parent function can either choose its own child function, or it can choose to be friends with its sin. And I think maybe it's friends with both, or maybe the parent function does just end up choosing the sin. It probably has to do with the inferior function. If the inferior function is active, then the parent function of the subconscious is constellated around the subconscious, dominant function and child function. Whereas if the inferior function is, in some sense, is at least not impinging against the subconscious child function, then the parent function is free to animate the unconscious entity and the unconscious sort of perspective and project. I think that is exactly how it functions. And so people that try to stabilize their unconscious side of the mind without much upkeep or effort probably do so by essentially getting a very sort of lax dominant function in their subconscious. They end up sort of straw manning their subconscious dominant function. You know, the kind of the self-deprecation. Oh, it doesn't have a brain. Oh, my core motivations don't have a brain. My core subconscious doesn't have good ideas. So as to keep themselves stable in the unconscious side of the mind, but I still do think that the unconscious dominant function, the best way to describe that is the Tin Man. Um, anyway, I need to stop this recording and come back to it. Okay, well, I've already started this journey of trying to map out a general descriptive structure of my model of the four sides of the mind. So let me just continue now. So I was getting into the issues of talking about the subconscious and the unconscious, and how the unconscious emerges essentially as the parent function switches its focus from the subconscious child function, which it basically abandons, in substitution for the subconscious sin, which becomes then a new child function. So in some sense, the parent function has to have a self-involution, uh, and to kind of re-emerge, and in order to kind of posture itself like the floating parent function in the superego. So it has to regard itself as a floating parent function, disassociated from its own child function. or from its former child function, and in some sense learn to appreciate, in some sense, it's giving a new knowledge of good to a new entity, and in some sense, this entity is on some way it's a substitution of the subconscious. It's not merely, it's a second construction of self. It's a second sense of self, but that second sense of self is really a displacement of the subconscious perspective and the subconscious realm. And it's fundamentally not integrated with the subconscious. It is a substitution for the whole subconscious, generally speaking. Now, this handover is very delicate, and I don't think many people ever manage it quite neatly or proficiently. In some sense, the question is, how permanent is that self-involution of the parent function? And I do think that many people don't have a stable unconscious side of the mind. They end up creating a kind of tentative project problem space that is contextually emulated, and in some sense, perhaps they don't consciously trigger the opening of that perspective and point of view. It triggers automatically because they've encoded it into, in some sense, their subconscious belief structure. So in some sense, it becomes like a portal which is part of the subconscious field and environment, and in some sense they will suddenly get sucked into their own parent function in their subconscious, which will for a time support a tentative context, which is kind of like a game space, but they never believe that that separate place, that separate locale, is never seen as permanent or stable. It's just kind of like a means towards some ends, which is still contained within the subconscious. So they have a transient unconscious side of the mind, which in some sense is a kind of is like a mystical atmosphere, which sometimes seems to be emanating around certain subject matters or something like that. So I do think that some people, they might not have a broad unconscious side of the mind. They might have an unconscious side of the mind that is essentially a sub-department of the subconscious. In some sense, it's the leftover bits that the subconscious doesn't know how to deal with, or something like that. So it's like a subcontraction. And you get these sorts of, you perhaps even get competing sense of selves. And in some sense, this is the developmental challenge of a precocious 5-year-old, 6-year-old, of, in some sense, finding a stable and broad sense of modeling and mapping a second sense of self, how to see themselves as a stable vehicle, as a stable negotiator, in some sense. And the unconscious side of the mind, I do think, the theme of it is kind of like politics or diplomacy to some degree. And I do think that there is something special about the political British liberal spirit and ethos and culture, in that this process of in some sense the beginning of individuation, to some degree, is generally framed as a form of developing an internal locus of control, that it is crafted out of your own self-evaluation, of how to orientate yourself according to a medium or a fabric or a paradigm or a plane of uh, of geography, I think is a good analogy. In order to be relative to that geography which you are responsible for evaluating to some degree, and it's perhaps something of the cultural uh, uh, module that in the British common law legal sense, you have your rights are unlimited. You have whatever right you are able to claim, so long as it hasn't already explicitly been prohibited by the state. So essentially, you have an unlimited right of claim, so as long as it isn't already explicitly made illegal. So you can see the negative space that you have to work with, and in some sense, the only shadow of this is that you have a form of self-ownership, and that is part of this self-evaluation and an internal locus of control, and you have to live with the consequences. Um, but in some sense, your sort of intrinsic nobility and dignity, um, that is there, open to be inhabited and claimed, that is, before the individuation process is actually in motion, which is essentially a hypothetical or potential. um, I guess I can say that latently it has this room for sovereignty, but obviously the real question is how do you know yourself to be sovereign, in any dignified sense of individuating into, and you can only know yourself to be sovereign in terms of uh, the power or ability that you have. And so, if what is the point of being sovereign if you have nothing to give? Because if you have nothing that you can grant to someone, if you have nothing that you could be a creditor in the commercial sense of being able to give, if you have no power to give, then you have no evidence of your own sovereignty in some sense. And so obviously I would say the prime power here is the ability to create powers, to negotiate, to construct goals and roles or games, or by agreement, by in some sense the capacity for language, the capacity for for creation. Uh, Now, many people obviously don't have a philosophy in which they could actually reinvent the world. I often look at the unconscious in this way, like a thought experiment. Imagine you woke up the next day with no memory of yourself. Could you, just still having a command of a first language, still essentially knowing concepts, having all your that kind of knowledge intact, could you reestablish yourself? Could you renew your life? Could you construct a worldview and your perspective and cohesion and cogency? Could you do that from the ground up? And in some sense, that is exactly the frame of reference, which is, I think, the development of the second sense of self. Is that is what juvenile people are doing as in their developmental process. That's the point of rebellion, is to sort of be the palate cleanser, to create the requisite distance in order to organize one's own relational web and map of these things. And in some sense also, although not explicitly in what I just said, that does involve having some kind of positive appreciation, or a, a, in terms of knowing what your abilities and powers are, or what they could be, or at least in terms of planning to um, accumulate, or to ground that social mask, that second sense of self in some kind of basic unit. Um, of having in the unconscious sense an objective, independent. Uh, um, when I say objective, I just mean a permanent vestige, a permanent, persistent sense of self. Because in some sense, the subconscious doesn't need to worry about this, because the subconscious really is empowered by an imaginary sort of fairy godmother in terms of the floating parent function, the false prophet, that just accords to it. Whereas the unconscious side of the mind needs the allegiance of the parent function in the subconscious in order to ground its reality. And as I say, the permanence of that self-involution of that parent function will render the quality of the unconscious side of the mind. Now, I just want to, this is a slightly embarrassing perhaps note to make, but I'll just say that I believe that people that have certain symptoms of neurological de- uh, degeneration and things like Alzheimer's and things like that. I mean, obviously that they can be purely physiological causes of some of these conditions, but at least what I see slipping in those sorts of people, I do think is connected to this step of psychological development. That that people that have a tentative access to their unconscious side of the mind that is predicated in some sense of in a kind of, it doesn't have a real anchor in terms of grounding that self-evaluative sort of thing. It's orientated within a sort of reality tunnel that the parent function is itself not consciously in command of its own self-involution, that it's not a permanent self-involution, it's a tentative self-involution that's part of a kind of a condition that the subconscious is primarily reacting to. And therefore their whole unconscious side of the mind was never structured in a stable way within the psyche. It was never properly constituted. It was always some kind of measure of correspondence. And I do think that perhaps also narcissism, narcissistic personality disorder, might have similar features to that, in that the introjective paradigm is obviously not a stable unconscious side of the mind, and in some sense it is a kind of a weird kind of tentative unconscious side of the mind, but in some sense it is the condition of that tentative nature, I do believe narcissists can be aware of essentially the scope of their ability to confabulate, essentially the unreliability of, perhaps if I could say that it's all to do with the kind of the strangely conscious and yet unconscious duplicitous nature of their parent function in their subconscious, which is in some sense not really respecting the new child function, but seeks to create a distraction, perhaps. I do believe that essentially the problem is something like that the subconscious is just too fearful of essentially not bolstering its the subconscious child function, and so the parent function just never has the leeway to permanently create a sort of a self-involution that creates a stable second sense of self. Now you see, I'm saying that an ordinary line of development includes a second sense of self, and what the narcissist has is a false self. And I do think that the false self is not that qualitative. That you see a lot of in the psychopathology of narcissism, I do think that you are witnessing key elements of natural, let's say, organic structures that would ordinarily develop. It's just that they have been uh, uh, you know, they have been mangled and sort of calcified in a very sort of unworkable and I do think that in some sense it's just that the parent function is trying to self-soothe by, in some sense, I think what might have happened is that it works out the formula of concocting the unconscious side of the mind, but instead of making a real side of the mind based on the sin of the subconscious, based on the what would be the new child function of that second sense of self, it instead makes a carbon copy of the subconscious child function and tries to create that second sense of self in a projected sense of the subconscious child function. So in some sense it's like, well, the subconscious child is so discomforted, is so I'm in such a traumatic situation and life or something like that, that the only way that my subconscious is so beleaguered, my subconscious child function is so beleaguered, that I'm going to give it access to a second life. I'm going to give it access to the second sense of self. I'm going to try to make the second sense of self born out of the 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 child function of the subconscious. Um, Whereas ordinarily, uh, the subconscious, which I've always described as being naively narcissistic, it always has a kind of very native narcissism about it, is usually indulgent in that narcissism until it becomes sick of it itself. It actually gets fed up with its own self-referenced, kind of self-referencing self-satisfaction, because it's so static and stable that essentially it's so, in some way, it doesn't, usually the parent function naturally grows disaffected with the subconscious child function, because essentially the subconscious child function doesn't can't diagnose its own fundamental toxicity, uh, because in some sense the superego really is providing this wonderful service to the subconscious, in that it's a guilt-free indulgence in some sense, because the child function of the subconscious is on some kind of technical level is the sin of the superego, but it's not the sin of the superego, because the superego never had a child function to make impossible. Therefore, it's just a kind of, it's a free gift, it's a free lunch that the subconscious gets. And so, in some sense, the inferior function is the parent function's problem to deal with. The dominant function doesn't care about the inferior function, as long as, so in some sense the only way that the parent function can kind of orientate itself towards the, I was just interrupted, but the parent function essentially ends up getting fed up with the monotonous nature of the dominant function in its slavery to the child function. And the dominant function and the child function are really both self-satisfied. And in some sense, the parent function loses trust that the dominant function, and in some sense, it feels pity and sympathy for the dominant function. Um, and out of the idea that the dominant function is irredeemable because it can't do anything but robotically go along with the child function, it turns its back on it. Sorry, I need to get into this issue of via positiva and via negativa. That I do think that essentially there are two developmental lines, essentially. That if the parent function, through negatively critiquing the dominant function, it has a way to create a permanent unconscious side of the sense of self. Whereas if it finds admirable features in the dominant function that it doesn't duplicate within itself, but instead tries to rely on the dominant function, then perhaps also this is what the narcissist is doing to some degree, is that the dominant function is given a damn, now I've lost this point. This was an important point. That the what is it? That in some sense, because the dominant function I had a very interesting idea that somehow the dominant function was still very much, because usually, ordinarily, the dominant function in an ordinary person, they would naturally grow tired of, like a 3-year-old growing into a 4-year-old, growing into a 5-year-old, growing into a 6-year-old, realizes they get sick of their own characterological schema. They literally get sick of their subconscious side of the mind. It becomes a captivated sense of modus. They are in captivation to their own simplistic schema. It gets sickening. And especially when the dominant function cannot grow any further, that it will perhaps grow in some scale, but in terms of quality, it's already dealt with every kind of situation that might exist. And now there's just more of the same. But there are no new categories of investigation yet on the dominant function. And so the dominant function, essentially, when it realizes that there's no more novelty in order to calibrate and to formulaic work out how to practically enforce the child function in this new applicable domain within the purview of the dominant function, when the dominant function starts essentially being routinized, being routinely effectual, it really feels oppressive to itself, naturally. Now, I do think that somehow the narcissist has found a hack, their psychological schema is sort of hacking this, because in some sense their dominant function is doing the added work of making their child function applicable in a projective sense to where it's not applicable, where they are substituting for their own sin. So their subconscious is not in sin because they have essentially said, no, 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 they have a basic self-deceit or self-deception, which is happening in some sense in the realm of the parent function, that the parent function is saying um, that the solution to the inferior function is essentially somehow just more of the dominant function. That the dominant function needs to step in and actually, through some kind of cognitive dissonance, and in some sense I think that this is what the introjective paradigm is itself, is the requisite cognitive dissonance in order to assuage the psychodynamic pressure of the inferior function in the subconscious, and then to say that the ultimate solution to this, or the ultimate or thing that is accomplished, is the child function. So there's a self lie that in some sense that the child function is not. Now this is strange, because it's not that the child function is because essentially the resultant of the dominant function being doing the introjective paradigm is essentially the promise, the future promise, that the child function is catered to, is delivered upon. And in some sense, this is the problem, is that the sin is being displaced by a repetition of the child function, but it isn't a reversion back to the perspective of the child function. It is copying that child function and copy pasting it, making a duplication. And in some sense, it's in a strange place, which is why the introjective paradigm is I do want to say that it plays with even strange, deep, abstract notions of either fatalism or determinism, because in some sense, when is narcissistic supply being delivered to the false self, being delivered to that copy, or to that when is the dominant function collecting the narcissistic supply? They're doing it in their imaginary inferior function, which is supporting this introjective paradigm. And hypothetically, the answer to the aggregation of that narcissistic supply is that the child function is the answer. But in some sense, it can't be the answer, because it was the initial predicate in the question, or something like that. So it's not, it can't be the answer, because it's just a repetition of the question, or something like that. And so when does it happen? And so, it's there's something unsatisfying, because you essentially, you never finish a cycle of action. It's never completed. It's only hypothetically or content, you know that in some contemplative sense, within the introjective paradigm itself, which is itself not a. And so you do have this, instead of the unconscious side of the mind in an ordinary person being a second sense of self, narcissists instead have a second sense of reality, with a carbon copy of their dominant function being projected into that second sense of reality, and a carbon copy of their child function from their subconscious being stated as the resolution, or the final effect of the imagination of that contemplative realm. And so it's a foregone conclusion, but in some sense they get stuck in the working out of it, in the process of essentially deriving towards that conclusion, because in some sense, when does the conclusion happen, and where does it happen? It happens within essentially a fundamentally unstable psychodynamic projection. So what can be said about this is anyway, the point is that the ordinary person, and can also engage. It's not too similar, but which is something that I might, which I've generally described as sort of a cerebral, histrionic, kind of associations. Is that essentially if their dominant function, this is completely distinct from the narcissistic structure, is that the dominant function in the subconscious is uh, is in some limited sense, in a slightly vaguely reminiscent of the narcissistic sort of structure, is capable of throwing its weight around and double speaking enough about itself in order to have aspects of the parent function um, beholden to the dominant function. And therefore, the parent function has got a hold over the new child function that it tentatively creates, or that it creates within sort of cognitive dissonance levels of people will have hidden cognitive dissonance, or on some subjects, on some conceptualizations, on some notions, on some beliefs, um, because effectively their dominant function in their subconscious is just overriding what is otherwise the more sane second sense of self, in which the parent function has taken pains to, in a deliberate way, divorce itself from the dominant function. And regard so people have two alternative child functions in some sense. They have the child function in their unconscious side of the mind, and they have the child, which is the repurposed sin of the subconscious, and then they have the child function in the subconscious. And and this is, this kind of structure has, people have known about this very clearly from Myers-Briggs for quite a while, that when you have, I mean, they usually, I think, might orientate it around the inferior function, but essentially when you've made someone uncomfortable, then they're going to revert to their they would call it the unconscious, that you've knocked them out of their ego, and now you've made them do work, and therefore they have to use the dominant function in their unconscious. Okay, well, that's what they would say in MBTI. Um, and yeah, I mean, in some sense, I guess you could say that I have mixed up these things, but I do think that my language has probably some arguments to be made that it's closer to the original kind of notions of these words and of Jung in some sense, because in my sense, the ego, which I haven't spoken too much of yet, is really the most immediate sense of consciousness, is your most, because all these things, you only really have the freedom, I would say, to think through your ego. The weird thing, though, is that you can only apply your ego to what you have developed. And in some sense, the only way to very clearly make the ego conscious is by having a very well developed unconscious side of the mind, because then you can distinguish between the overlay of the ego can actually pervade and be applicable to what is usually, very badly developed in most people in terms of their unconscious side of the mind. And, in some sense, it's like without, it's sort of like, it's the same as putting a kind of chemical into a solution that indicates for things, or that, or turning up the contrast of on an image, so that you can more clearly delineate the difference between structures and processes, and so, and I haven't stated this explicitly, but I would say that apart from psychopathology, I would say that generally speaking, if things are developing in a generally orderly sort of sense, that you are naively already engaged in the next level of development. That you are literally, you're being slapped in the face with the next obstacle until you work out how to decidedly orientate yourself in confrontation of it. So in some sense, um, before you develop a dominant function in the subconscious, even, I imagine that these very young children that are going through these dream-like experiences of reality are, in some sense, embodying a kind of tremendous spectrum and flux of different permutations of a possible dominant function, that they are simultaneously in the state of exhibiting various dominant functions, until they can kind of self reflect on that, or until the ego, as this reservoir of conscientiousness, has enough experience, immediate experience in some sense, to actually see what's going on. And so, when the unconscious side of the mind is fully developed, then the ego becomes fully manifested in some sense to know itself. It has to know all the structures that is sitting on top of, that it's floating above all these structures until those structures become electrically um, deployed, in terms of the wiring, and then essentially, uh, anyway, I'm somewhat failing to describe this poetically, but essentially, and the reason also why I think that the ego is this floating capacity, and also perhaps why it is obtuse at the start, is because the first thing that the ego is considering, I guess I'm slightly changing my view, that the ego, well, in some sense, I did always say that the ego was one of the sides of the mind which is involved right at the very start. But as a kind of, that it begins as a kind of that it and it still conforms with my ontological narrative, that it's kind of being magnetically impregnated by the coalescence of the subconscious death and child function. The knowledge of good and evil is sort of projecting a kind of anima and animus and sort of and onto the parent function in the ego, and in some sense that is creating a so in some sense the ego has these layers of awareness, which are itself is from a vague seminal gestation, um, and essentially, it's only after the unconscious side of the mind is fully developed that you can even, I would say, be in touch with the structure of the ego at all. But essentially, one of the deep problems is that there is a schism. There is a fundamental schism, which is right near the beginning of development, which is essentially, the first great leap between the subconscious and the unconscious as a second sense of self. And in some sense, I haven't even spoken about the unconscious transition between the late stage of the development of the unconscious side of the mind, um, moving into an egocentric, and I mean that in a very sort of positive sense, in a way in which you're actually interested in redeeming the damage that has been done to the ego's inferior function, which in some sense is not even possible unless the unconscious side of the mind um, is fully reckoned with. And in some sense, that might also be a process which is not capable of happening in an orderly fashion. I myself, but you see, I can't know, because I'm in the dark experimenting and exploring these things and these structures. Um, Revelations does seem to describe what I have, also described as essentially the red pulvis solaris in other of my recordings, that essentially um, the general solution to the toxicity of the parent function in the ego, which is only capable of being understood after the unconscious side of the mind is fully borne out and developed, um, that you have to come up with a general solution, which is kind of like the work of the crucifixion. But the general solution is not the final work of the establishment of the New Jerusalem, of the dominant function in the superego. And so the dominant function in the superego is is essentially the missing piece of the self-actualization puzzle. But you might also perhaps need to try to develop the work of the crucifixion just in order to have a few false starts in terms of really getting to grips with the structure of the unconscious side of the mind. Um, that you might not be able to purge all the unclean spirits um, from the latter part of the unconscious side of the mind, um, without simultaneously um, being in in the clear functional uh, grappling with the ego. So sort of when you're in the ego, you're also sort of going back to the latter aspects of the unconscious side of the mind. And anyway, and that might be a bit of a seesaw motion in some sense, as you are developing the perfect general solution to your problem, as the general solution looms closer towards showing a particular resolution, um, which would essentially be perhaps the imagining of how the New Jerusalem would obviate and negate the kinds of tensions which all these structures are producing, in as much as that they can all be rooted in a fundamental toxicity of the subconscious. And I do think that in some sense this is why it's so important that the second sense of self, the unconscious side of the mind, must be via negativa derived as a second independent sense of self that is reborn through the water in the Christian archetype. Um, that the unconscious side of the mind, the rebirth by water is, I think, is somewhat even necessary just to develop a mature, properly developed unconscious side of the mind. Um, without believing in that independent sense of self, uh, that is permanent and distinct from the subconscious, uh, you essentially have this toxic collusion from the dominant function in the subconscious, where it can just always step in and subvert the higher development of the unconscious side of the mind, but also the ego, in terms of being able to mount an insurrection against the ego's parent function, which is something like the cup holder of all the toxicity. But in some sense, if you don't cut off the influence of the dominant function of the subconscious, it always has the ability to kind of put its foot in. And in some sense, that's why the problem that the narcissist has is very much akin to the problem that most people have in terms of having some kind of arrested development. In some senses, it's a more particularized, specialized case of arrested development in some sense, whereas other people's arrested development is more graduated. It's more blended into themes of self deception or self cognitive dissonance and confabulation and relying on those powers um, in order to preserve the domain, or at least the operative security and safety that the dominant function keeps for itself ordinarily, which I think can only, that toxicity can only ever be contained. I believe it gets locked up by is to some extent the rebirth in the second sense of self, in the unconscious, um, that you you turn your back on the subconscious dominant function, you lock it up. which is itself, something that doesn't happen all at once. I do think that is, maybe 6, 7, 8 years old. Anyway, let me just think if I can say anything more intelligent about this. What about the parent function? So yeah, I mean, I do think that essentially probably what the narcissist is suffering from is that the inferior function in the subconscious is essentially being managed by their own dominant function in their subconscious. And that is creating the introjective paradigm, and then they are substituting the sin for just a carbon copy of their child function, which is in some sense, again, like it doesn't even make sense as a resolution, as an answer to this new reality, because in some sense it's out of time, it's out of place, it's a concept. It's like, you know, asking a practical question and then getting an abstract answer. And so, and the dominant function has to kind of dance around that strange dislocation in some sense. And the real solution is for the parent function to concern itself with the inferior function, uh, and to find solace in the what becomes a new child function, or in the sin of the subconscious, in the futility of the dominant function in some sense, and the understanding that the child function is fundamentally uh, irretrievable. It's not going to happen. It's not going to be accomplished. It's not possible. And therefore, you end up concocting an ulterior sense of self, an ulterior teleological paradigm relative to the parent function. That the parent function is looking at I mean, I guess all these things are useless without actually getting a type within my system and looking at the cognitive functions, particularly associated with the metatype involved, and then essentially being able to have a kind of focused meditation of essentially getting the parent function to orientate its allegiance towards a repurposed sin, which becomes the child function of a new sense of self, which in some sense, I mean, everything that I'm saying is perhaps made a bit more simplistic if you actually just jump right to the dominant function of the unconscious and just say and work backwards from there and say, okay, well, you need a new sense of self that has this dominant function in the unconscious, and it's made out of the parent function breathing life into the subconscious sin as a new being, as a new motivational core of a distinct and new sense of self. And in some sense, you realize that there is a wealth of repurposed emulation, which in some sense was perhaps, it's weird because I wonder if that's the scaffolding of the introjective paradigm of the narcissist, if that isn't like the kind of the matrix which they were sort of painting their own narcissistic supply drama and melodrama on top of. And so they were using the intricate, in some sense that they were really like Agent Smith in the Matrix, or even Neo in the Matrix, because to them the inferior function was just never, it was real, but it wasn't important because it wasn't the narcissistic supply, which is that whatever happens in the Matrix, the end of the story is, or the next step, or everything all roads lead to the child function being satisfied, even though that doesn't actually comport with the actual code of the Matrix, the actual shape of the buildings, unless you kind of filter reality in a very bad way, in a very sort of confabulated layers of projection and such. So the summary is that the parent function needs to see that the annoyance of the subconscious in terms of the code of the Matrix, the buildings that are in the way, that they are actually a useful material, a useful ingredient towards understanding, okay, well, if that is reality, if that is actually base reality, and I can use that base reality to incubate a new motivational core, in terms of that, I know that the subconscious has a failed child function. What is the substitute of? It's not. It's a weird kind of. It's a cross between a substitute and a consolation, because in some sense it must be repurposed. So it's that this would actually be useful in performing this other function, and then you are actually consciously electing your purpose. That is in some sense the proper residue of the subconscious, is that the parent function gets to create a new life. It gets to be a parent of a new being, of a new sense of self. It gets to actually, in some sense, be its own parent. And what it gives birth to is this second sense of self, the unconscious side of the mind, that doesn't have a holdover. And in some sense, the boundary between having this independent sense of self, this new sense of self that's a rebirth, is that it must reject the old. But in some sense, that rejection of the old is an aftermath, is something that is a boundary that is probably not already established. It's established on the other side. It's of the new entity, because after you create the new entity, you don't want to be puppeted by the subconscious. You don't want to be haunted by the vampire, by the undead, that you are the rebirth of, the renewal and the creation of a new life from the parent function in the subconscious. Doesn't want to be haunted by the dominant function of the subconscious, but it invariably it will be haunted. And in some sense, I think that the only way to responsibly take that haunting seriously is that you end up emboldening your inferior function of the subconscious, which is the death or the conditionality that the new life is premised on. And you end up using that inferior function to go back and to do war against the subconscious dominant function and to cut it down and to see if it won't grow back in a more respectable, dignified, integral way, so that you can at least prune the more egregious forms of narcissistic toxicity from the dominant function in the subconscious, which in some sense it will always be toxic, because the reason why it's toxic is because it was given things that it didn't deserve to possess by the false prophet, by the prime false prophet, by the floating parent function in the superego. That was Father Christmas, that just gave out these presents. And it gave out those presents by stealing from your own ego. And so the only reckoning that can really come to that is when the ego is authentically and genuinely developed and understood and brought into focus. Because only when the ego is properly reckoned with do you even have the ingredients to really bring justice to the subconscious dominant function. Because in some sense, it's not the dominant function's fault. The dominant function is just a robot. It's the child function. And in some sense, the child function in the subconscious is only toxic also because of the death, which is all, another way of saying it is that it just all comes directly from the parent function in the superego, which has no consistent character. It's a floating imaginary friend, and it changes its tone all the time. It changes what it says all the time because it doesn't have a backbone. It doesn't have its own dominant function. And so how you bring peace to this whole arrangement is that you have to cleanse the false prophet of its ability to steal from the ego. And the only way to do that is for the ego to install the dominant function in the superego to be its watchdog and to structure the new personality from the foundation upwards, which essentially is the New Jerusalem, is the dominant function in the superego. Okay, so that's my general model of self-actualization. I still haven't, I'm going to make another recording about talking about the ego and the latter half of the unconscious. But yeah, I've just made these recordings to specifically model some things and to talk about narcissism.